they said that the records would be relevant for specific instances of untruthful conduct. Specific instances of untruthful conduct are governed by Wisconsin statute 906.08. You can only go into specific instances of untruthful conduct after a witness has testified that the witness on the stand has a character for truthfulness. Then the specific instances of untruthful conduct can come in to impeach that.
Okay, we're
you
back.
cannot use exculpatory
Sorry.
records or collateral records. So you can ask the question of the witness about a specific instance, but you cannot
I was trying to
show the
fix
witness
something.
collateral outside records to further impeach.
They're still
that
talking
witness.
about
So no witness testified to Major having a character for truthfulness.
the
The door
juveniles
to any specific instance of
and
untruthfulness
the
under
testimony.
90608. It doesn't come in under that. And B, they didn't file a Denny and they didn't file another acts relative to prior violence or propensity for violence or anything of that nature regarding Major. So it's completely irrelevant before we even get to Johnson.
Judge, I think the rationale for why Major is being taken to counseling is appropriate rebuttal and impeachment evidence in Ms. Dikeman's case. I would intend to go into that. I would note that under 90608, if general character evidence for truthfulness is given and then it is then challenged, we can use extrinsic evidence to support that opinion.
All right. I just wanted to bring it to the party's attention. I want to get something back about this so I can figure out if I even, you might be correct. You may not even.
Hey, Jenny
Peach! But on the other hand, it seems like truthfulness is being raised at this point.
Welcome. I've been looking for you.
But 90608 is very clear that someone has to testify to truthfulness or untruthfulness before you get into specific instances under 90608.
I don't know if you've seen, but children have been testifying in this trial. It has been awful.
I will go back and look, but I think at the end of
so sad.
Maybe the direct
so sad.
Are you being truthful today? And the answer is yes. So,
and I've been in other chat rooms.
You are asserting that,
and they are so mean. And
so I think
so mean to this woman. Don't get me wrong.
Or has a character of
I'm not defending her.
So
I'm just saying.
Let's take a look. We'll go from there. I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. That's going to have to be brought.
She was very, very abused.
From the state's perspective.
I could find something. I'm just kidding.
And
Mr. Zacher,
Judge,
people are not being very gracious.
That is denying our motion under 971.23 parent 7M for exclusion due to a discovery.
And this trial is the first time she's seeing her children.
Ruling that I do not believe there's a discovery violation here.
Yes, Court TV was banned yesterday, but I guess they begged and pleaded and got back into the courtroom. So
I do not have any facts to really.
For a minute there, I thought I was going to be the one that got to have the court.
That there was disclosure.
Because people were coming to my channel and then they were like, "Oh, just kidding."
All right, is that clear now?
Court TV got allowed back in the courtroom, so
okay.
And I couldn't get the feed anyway. I was trying really hard. I mean, I was really trying.
Yep.
But this is a concerted effort against this woman, like big time. They're trying to make the dad look like he's like father of the year, and he's a piece of trash, like garbage. And there are like, I don't even know how many kids are involved in this family that they have turned against. So a 6-year-old was killed or dead. He's dead. They're saying that the stepmom killed him. He overdosed on Xanax. I don't know who gave him the Xanax. Apparently it had to be her. She was the last one to see him alive. But also there was some blunt force trauma involved. I don't know who did it, though.
As I predicted, I think we had some.
He apparently was abused.
Again, thank you for being here on time. I think we're ready to proceed.
But
with
the father was very, very, very abusive.
They call John Williams.
His and hers. He has a lot of kids with a lot of baby mamas. And he's been in and out of jail for abuse. But the state dismissed all his charges. He was facing up 20 years to get him to testify against her. And he is horrible. Like, he got up on the stand and literally said, yeah, I bashed her head in the wall a lot. And everybody's just like, okay, that's fine. And he has
Good morning.
custody of the
Morning.
kids.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
John Williams, JOHNWILLIAMS.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator lieutenant with La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked in total with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office?
29 years, 4 months, and 17 days, I believe.
You say that like someone's close to retirement.
Close.
How long have you served as a lieutenant of investigators?
I've been a lieutenant for 2 years.
Okay. And were you an investigative sergeant prior to being a lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to February 11th of 2023. Were you a investigative sergeant back on February 11th of 2023?
Yes.
Did you respond to West 5512 County Road OS in the city of Onalaska, County of La Crosse on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of your response to that address?
We had gotten a call about a deceased juvenile. Basically, that's the only information I received initially.
When you arrived on scene, what was your purpose?
My purpose was to determine exactly what happened, or get a description from Joseph Anderson of what happened. He was training a deputy PAF, and then determine, the procedure we needed to follow after that.
When you responded on scene on the morning of February 11th, 2023, were you the person that was in charge of everything?
I was, yes, pushed into that role. We were shorthanded. Also, our sheriff had just been promoted, or our captain had just been promoted to sheriff, so we were short, yes.
What were all the different responsibilities that you were tasked with on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
Basically coordinating the event, determining what we needed, whether we had family on scene, we had CPS arrive, first responders were there before I got there. Basically getting an overall picture of the scene.
As part of your role as the individual that was in charge of the investigation, did you task others with conducting a inside scene investigation?
Yes.
Who were the individuals that you tasked with conducting the inside scene investigation?
Deputy Joseph Anderson, Carson Jar, and then Sergeant.
Some of them are hers. He has a lot of kids with different
Was one of your other
baby mamas.
responsibilities
I think they have 2
notifying
kids
Child
together.
Protective Services?
And he's turned them all
Did you
against
take care
her.
of that responsibility?
Yes.
Was one of your responsibilities notifying Derek Pedron?
Yes.
Did you take care of that responsibility as well?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, were you briefed by the initial officers that responded on scene?
Yes.
Who are the 2 officers that briefed you?
Joseph Anderson and Carson Jar.
And did both of those individuals provide you with their information that they received based on their initial response?
Yes.
After your scene investigation on this, or your investigation and response on this particular day, you had an opportunity to go back and watch the body camera of Carson Jar, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall one of the things that you observed on the body cam of Carson Jar was his handling of that pill container?
I don't recall, but if you're saying so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not he was wearing gloves when you watched the body cam?
I believe he was wearing gloves.
Okay, that's your recollection today?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to come back to that in a little bit, okay? After you were briefed by Deputies Jar and Deputy Anderson, did you conduct an initial interview of Josie Dikeman?
I did.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes.
Was that interview captured on your body camera?
Yes.
Would you recognize that interview for you to see it in open court today?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we play State's Exhibit number 21. It's going to be, I believe it's excerpt number 1.
Okay, any objection? No.
Initial. And your date of birth?
3592.
What's your phone number? I know I have it.
608.
Oh, now they're showing something.
6265.
And due to the case, I've got to read your rights. Okay, it's just part of our procedure. I got to read your rights. Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning. Have a lawyer present with you during the time of questioning. If you cannot afford to hire one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you so wish. If you decide to start answering any questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish, and the right to ask for and have an attorney anytime you wish, including during the questioning. Do you understand those rights? I just need a verbal.
Yes.
This. Are you willing to waive those rights to answer some questions?
For now.
Okay. Let me just get.
I have a lawyer if I need one.
Okay. If at any time you feel you need an attorney, just stop and you can have an attorney. Okay. I just want to get some basic information. So, who was here? I got the call last night.
How
Reference Pedrin being here,
not at the top
right?
of my feed?
And then
Yeah,
he was arrested or something.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know the details with that, but they had gotten a welfare check call here.
Yeah, and I think it was due to Jenna being informed about
And who's
CPS involvement.
Jenna?
Jenna's biological mom.
Okay.
She's incarcerated.
Hello. Nope. Nope. Not right now. Okay. Okay. Good. So Jenna's the biological mom,
Yes.
and that's of
I've been his mom.
Xavier?
For the past
is it?
3 years.
How do you spell his name?
Alexavier.
And his last name?
Pedrin. Pedrin.
Okay. So she's bio. What's Jenna's last name?
I believe it's Love still. 'Cause she was married.
Okay. So you believe it was Jenna that called this in, or she called somebody to call it
I
in?
think it was her family.
Yeah.
The officers told me that it was her family. Grandma and aunt. It would be to Alex.
Okay. And what were their concerns?
I believe it was about his leg. He had a broken leg. He broke about, I think it's been 3 weeks.
Okay. Where did he break that?
Alex was throwing his pajamas down the stairs, and his sister was with him, and he said she accidentally pushed him.
Okay. And who's the sister?
Araya.
All right. Okay. And that was 3 weeks ago.
If I'm guessing right.
Yeah.
There's
No,
no-
that's fine. Where was he treated at for that? Like Gunderson or?
Initially male, and then Gunderson.
Do you remember his doctor's name at all? Did you take him to the appointments, or who took him to the appointments? I guess.
I did, but I don't have him on my Gunderson my chart. I only have him on my mail, so I'd have to look at my paperwork. And right now, I don't know where.
No.
They kind of stirred everything up, and I don't.
So you made a comment that they had called in because CPS is involved too, or something last night.
Since CPS was involved, CPS had to notify Jenna.
CPS was involved with his broken leg.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they did a body exam, and
Okay.
it was road accidental. And
And do you know who the CPS worker is with that? Sarah Barton Wagner.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 3 weeks ago, he had the broken leg. Any other, I guess, sicknesses or?
No, I mean,
Someone had
since he's been
mentioned
getting
COVID
better-
or something last night.
Yeah,
when they
we had
called her.
COVID right after he got out.
So like 2 weeks ago.
My major
Oh,
had COVID first,
major head COVID.
right
Okay.
when we got out, and then it kind of went through the house. Alex and I were the last to get it. And then I think his first day back to school was not last week, but the week before. So if that kind of gives you a time frame of when he had COVID, I can't think. Right
So you had
now.
it over a week ago.
He was out of school 5 days.
Okay.
Remember, these kids have missed 20 to 30 days of school.
He was out of school for his broken leg, and then he was out of school 5 days after that.
Now with these cases, we try to go back, like, say, let's go back 48 hours. So today it's Saturday at,
See, since his leg was getting better, he was trying to do more, you know.
Okay.
And so the school and I were working together. Like, Alex, you can't run, but you're walking.
so he went to school yesterday then, or no?
They didn't have school
No,
Thursday
okay.
and Friday.
Okay, no school Thursday. Okay.
And there are at least 5 to
So
6
we've been
kids
trying to work together to try to remind him, yeah, your leg's feeling better. But
in this house.
you know,
So was he able to walk on it or
No.
put weight? No
No.
weight. So no weight bearing.
no weight bearing and 24-hour supervision. As
No
far
weight
as I'm
bearing.
concerned. I don't know
Yep.
if that was right away after the hospital, but that's what I've been trying to do. You know, other than when we're sleeping. You know, I
Yep.
still have him in my room.
So he's been staying
sleeping
there
in
then,
our room. Yep.
and that's your room
Last
there.
night room.
Okay.
And but you know, at night he's been trying to sneak out and get like treats and ice cream, and he got into my Red Bull in the fridge. And I was like, that's not safe for you, you know, you can't do that. And so I tried putting the baby gate up, and I couldn't figure it out. So I was
What
like,
do you mean baby gate?
there was one in the hallway, but I put it in my
In this area right here.
right. There was one in the hallway when they first got here, but I put it in my oldest son's room because it was in the way. I can't figure out how to set it up.
Okay.
So I just put him in my bed because I couldn't figure out how to, you know,
Yeah.
to keep him safe. I have to make sure that he can't get up on his foot in the night.
Yep.
And I couldn't block off the doorway, so I was like, I'll just put you on the opposite side of the room,
Okay.
away from that doorway because this doorway shuts. And then last night he was up with me till 3 a.m, and I was on the phone with my friend, and I was like, Alex, why are you staying up? You know, why aren't you going to sleep? Are you waiting for me to fall asleep? And he jokingly said, yeah. You know, and I was like, well, I'm not going to sleep, and I wish I didn't go to sleep, you know?
Yeah. Who were you talking to last night?
Laura Lee.
Laura Lee.
Yeah.
That's her last name is Lee.
Laura Lee Rains.
Rains. Do you know her telephone number offhand?
Laura Lee, who is now married to her husband, or now Derek, who is the baby's kid's father. Twisted white trash crap. This is some twisted stuff. And also, keep in mind, Alex is on non-weight bearing, leg in a cast, and she's saying that this child is getting up in the middle of the night getting
So you're
snacks
putting
and
her in
stuff.
44 and looks like it lasted 16 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody after that, or? So Laura lay, and then everything was from this morning. Okay. And who's Laura Lay to you?
She's my daughter's aunt.
Okay.
But she considers all. She considers all the kids her nieces and nephews.
Okay. So then you were up at 3 a.m. with him, and he was joking with you that he was. What, I can't remember what she said again. That
He's waiting for me.
he's waiting for you to go to sleep. Okay. So if you talk to her at, say, 10:45, 11.
I told her eventually I had to get off the phone so I could, you know, fall asleep because I thought I was keeping him up. And then
So from 11 to 3, what were you guys doing?
I tried turning off the TV. He couldn't fall asleep. So then I turned it back on. We watched TV for a little bit. I noticed he was starting to fall asleep. At about, I think I turned it off for about a half an hour. He wasn't falling asleep.
Yeah.
So probably at about midnight, I turned it back on because I wasn't tired either.
Okay.
And I said we could watch TV for a little bit. have been watching Mary Kate and Ashley shows.
Okay.
And then I think 2, 3. I finally shut the TV off and
Okay. So Sergeant Curneen was here last night on the welfare check and the Pedron issue. And Curneen said he'd come in and talk to him and he was just sluggish.
he wasn't feeling good. And maybe it's because he fell asleep at probably 5. And then he woke up again at 7.
Yesterday.
Yeah, and he said he was feeling better.
So yesterday at 5 p.m. you were sleeping or 5 a.m.?
5, he fell asleep. Yeah.
Oh, 5 p.m.
PM.
Okay. So
So
last
5.
night at Friday, he was asleep at 5 and then woke up at what time?
Either 5 or yeah, he fell asleep at 5. I know that, and then I think he woke up at in between 7 and.
If they just want to hold on a second.
I want to say 7 and 8:30. I'm gonna say he woke up.
Okay.
7 and 8 maybe.
And Curneen said you given him some sleeping medication or
Yeah,
something?
he takes melatonin.
Oh, melatonin. He couldn't think what it was. And melatonin is just an over-the-counter.
Yeah.
How much of that did he take? Do you remember?
He takes 5.
5 milligrams. And was that suggested by a doctor or just okay? Is he taking any pain medication for his leg?
Just Tylenol and ibuprofen as needed.
Do you remember if he took any of that yesterday?
I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was the day before.
Okay.
I might have given him Tylenol for his headache yesterday, but I can't remember.
Okay. What medication are you on?
I'm on topiramate.
Told.
Topiramate.
Do you know how to spell it? I have no idea. And that's all right. I mean, what do you take that for, if you don't mind me asking?
Headaches.
Headaches. Okay. Is that a daily thing or just as
Every
needed?
night.
Every night. Okay.
Omeprazole.
Do you have a list or something? Or?
I'm trying to look at my list. There's topiramate.
I mean, if I just take a picture of that, that'd probably be easier so we don't have to.
And then I don't take that. Wait. Well, that's as needed, but I barely ever take that. I don't take this though.
Okay.
This is as needed, and that's as needed. Yeah, these two. Sorry.
Okay.
Both of these. Did you get them? Was my thumb in the way?
I believe I got them. Okay. And where do you keep those medications at?
In my white thing next to my bed, my white drawer.
White drawer.
It's usually blocked by a table. And I've never had a problem with kids, going in
And that'd be on the right side.
by me. Yeah.
Okay. And Alex is on this side of the bed.
On the opposite side.
Okay. Okay. And you said it's an
He didn't get the medication that I take daily.
Okay.
It was in a bag that of old medication. I don't even know what he took or what was in the bottle.
What do you mean?
It's
Another
from our old house in Brownsville. Old medication that I stored in a bag that I needed.
So you believe he got into something then?
He got into
'Cause
a.
I don't know
it's
anything
a-
here.
It's a purse that was zipped up with medication in it.
Yep. And you think he got into that?
That's what I seen on the floor next door.
Okay. I guess we'll go back to the start. I know this is hard on you, just to, and this
It
will be the
feels
last.
like a dream. I just wanted to go away. I wanted his little
Yeah.
arms to just come running to me. I just want my baby back.
So at 9 o'clock this morning, you woke up. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then just, I guess, walk me through what you
I
saw.
was looking for Alex. I couldn't find him, and
He wasn't in
then
the
I
bed
found-
with you?
right.
Okay. And where did you find him then?
on the floor. And then I seen foam in his mouth, and I told the kids to get upstairs. And I tried doing CPR. And I called my mom because she's a nurse and I didn't know what to do. And she told me to call 911, and I did.
And mom's Becky. Okay. So he called Becky first, and then he called mom second, or called mom first, and then 911 second.
Honestly, hospitals and everything gives me PTSD because of everything they put me through.
Yeah.
I get scared. I when it comes to me and my kids.
So you noticed like the black foam coming from his nose or mouth
Mouth.
or mouth?
It was white.
White. Okay, white foam.
I tried CPR for about 10 minutes and then I just held him.
So you called your mom. She said call 911, and then you did CPR or
I did CPR first.
CPR first for 10 minutes, and then called your mom. Okay. Do you remember when you were trained to do CPR? It's just
It's been a few years.
but you have been certified in it before. Okay. Let's go back to the bag. Do you remember where that bag was at the beginning? Like where you had it or where he would have found it?
It was either in the bottom drawer of next to the bed or
So you're talking on this side of the bed.
yeah.
And there's a dresser or something, or
It was in one of three places, honestly, because I haven't seen it in a while. It was either in the bottom drawer, on that hanger shelf,
okay.
or on my bookshelf.
And how old are the meds, do you believe?
Old.
Couple of
They're
years
from-
or?
Yeah, they're from Brownsville. We've been here a couple of years since we moved from Brownsville.
Any reason you never got rid of them?
I haven't transferred them to a place, I guess. You know, I've been never took them from here to there, I guess, with
Because you can dispose of them. We have boxes at work. I mean,
right here at the police
I
station.
bet, yeah.
I never knew that.
yeah, and we have like usually a yearly drug take back program. So people come in with medications that are super, super old. So we dispose of them.
I think when I put them there, everyone was on lockdown for COVID.
Oh, when you moved here, yeah, 2 to 3 years, yeah. Anything else you remember? Who's the biological dad for
Derek,
Derek? And I'm sorry, I heard Derek had passed away,
no,
or
he's in jail.
oh, he's in. Okay, someone told me he passed away. Maybe not. What jail is he?
Jalen's father passed away.
Okay, and that's probably where I got confused. Where's Derek's? He's in jail or prison?
Jail.
Jail.
Remember, you guys arrested him
Oh,
yesterday.
never mind. I'm getting names screwed up. Okay. he's in jail for bail jumping and disorderly conduct or something.
Just barely.
Bail jumping. And that's from a disagreement you guys had?
That's from him being drunk and he calling the cops when he was on a no drink.
Okay. When was he on a no drink?
Because he's on a no drink from being drunk and
So you guys had an argument and he was drinking and then you called the police and
yeah.
then he got
tried to choke him.
okay. Okay. So yesterday how long has he been staying here, I guess? Since the no contact, since he's been arrested, or when was he arrested initially for the charge? When
The
he was
no contact initially was dropped.
Okay.
And then when I called the cops again, I think it was the 7th.
7th of February.
I think that's what the cops said.
Okay, I can look that up.
Yeah. They put another one on because I asked for it. And then and then he just came back and said he needed help and he couldn't quit drinking without me.
With any death case, we have to do a search warrant. So there's another officer working on the search warrant. That way we can document where everything's at and stuff. We're not searching anything anymore. I mean, they did CPR and stuff, and we just need to document everything. And with that warrant, I'm going to have to seize your phone too. You'll get it back. I just need to do an extraction to show the phone calls in order and stuff. That's the only thing I'm looking for. So, do you have a passcode for your phone? Do you mind giving that to me?
Yeah.
What's your passcode?
I changed it when I had COVID, so it's COVID.
And that'll be done Monday. I'm sure your mom's gonna stay with you, so I'll get her phone number and stuff. So your mom wasn't here at all.
No.
She just showed up after your call. Okay. And you're the only adult here.
Yeah.
Okay. You have any questions for me?
My mom's gonna stay here with me. I'd rather stay at her house.
Or yeah, you can stay wherever you want. I'll go talk to her. We can go back inside. I'm just gonna take your phone for now. So
I don't get it back till Monday.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, because we're gonna be
Can
doing.
I write down some phone numbers?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
What am I supposed to do till Monday?
Oh, you did it with your mom. So. And we'll have to notify Derek in the jail. I'm assuming he hasn't been told. Jailer's
I
probably
don't
been told.
think he has his notice here.
Yeah. I'm gonna call the jail and make sure he doesn't make any phone calls and finds out a different way. Hey Jim, Sergeant Williams. Hey, Derek Pedron's in custody right now, right? Can you, I guess, not let him make any phone calls, so we've got to come down there and talk to him? Okay. 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 Can you have Sergeant Holsey call my personal cell? Give you that. Yep. Thank you. Bye.
Too late
I'm guessing he knows already.
already.
He's
But-
with me.
Yeah. Sergeant Holsey made arrangements, and it sounds like he's in a booth talking to family members. So.
But keep in mind, he does not care. He's a total. He doesn't care. He's not a good father. All he cared about was getting out of jail.
What am I gonna do about my app and meeting Mark? We have my family with her.
So Mark has major right now. So Major wasn't here last night then, right? Or
You know, he was with my mom.
okay. I'll talk to the district attorney that's helping us and stuff, and I'll see what we need.
I'm just checking my account so I know what I have.
Yep. Hello. Hey, Greg. Could I call you right back? Yep. I didn't expect you to call that this quick, so I'll call you right back. Thank you. 6189. Okay, thank you. Bye. Yeah, we can go back outside now.
Am I gonna be able to get clothes for my kids?
Yep. Let's just, they're working on the warrant. Once we get all that done, then you can come back in and get whatever you need, so.
Lieutenant Williams, we just watched the first portion of your body cam in open court. Was that a fair and accurate representation of your interview with Ms. Dikeman on the morning of February 11th, 2023?
Yes,
That interview took place around just after 11 o'clock in the morning. Is that fair?
yes,
You would agree that Ms. Dikeman showed some emotion at the very beginning of the interview.
yes,
She did seem upset.
yes,
She appeared to be crying.
yes,
During this portion of the investigation that you're conducting, you don't know ultimately the cause and manner of death for Alexavier. Is that fair?
correct.
So at this stage of the investigation, is this a fact gathering function where you're just trying to get as much information as possible regarding the circumstances?
Yes,
And you asked the defendant to give you a timeline of events regarding the previous evening. Is that correct?
correct.
And she told you that Alexavier was asleep from 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. or even after. At some point, she said it may have even been 8:30. Is that correct?
Yes,
And she said after Alexavier woke up from being asleep from 5 p.m. to 7 to 8:30 that he was actually feeling better.
yes,
Those were her words. He was feeling better.
yes,
At the beginning of the interview, she talked about being on the phone with a friend until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
yes,
You had an opportunity to look at her phone. We saw that on the video.
yes,
And in fact, you took screenshots of her phone to actually capture the phone calls that she was on that evening, correct?
correct.
One of the screenshots that you took or photographs that you took of your phone was her conversation with Laura Lee.
Yes,
And you actually put in the video the time frame for when she had the conversations with Laura Lee.
yes,
I think you said 10:44 was the beginning of the phone call and it ended after 16 minutes.
correct.
Now, her initial representation to you during this interview is that she was talking with a friend until 3 o'clock in the morning, correct?
That's how I took it, yes.
The one phone call that you saw ended at approximately 11 in the evening.
Yes,
Okay, that's inconsistent information that she's giving you at that point, fair?
could be.
Could be.
There's other ways of communicating,
Communicating, texting, chatting.
FaceTime.
The defendant didn't give you any additional information about who or where this person was that she was chatting with, did she?
Correct.
Towards the end of the interview, you mentioned having to get 2 search warrants, a search warrant for the residence due to the death of Alexavier, and then also a search warrant for her cell phone being that of the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes,
The defendant was cooperative and handed her cell phone over to you,
it was.
and you were also agreeable to allow the defendant to get some phone numbers out of her phone that she needed.
Yes,
After you collected the cell phone, did your department obtain a search warrant for that cell phone?
yes.
And a search warrant is what? Explain that process to the jury.
Basically, it's a search warrant to search the entire contents. Basically, we try to limit it to a time frame. Searching for phone calls, pictures, texting, what apps they're using, It also retrieves deleted information most of the time, not all the time.
And
That's a
search warrant
great
has to be
explanation.
reviewed and
It's a
approved by
search warrant.
judicial official, is that correct?
Yes,
You cannot conduct a search without that being approved.
correct.
Were search warrants obtained for both the defendant's cell phone as well as the residence?
Yes,
At the very beginning of your interview with the defendant, you informed her of what's referred to as the Miranda warnings.
yes,
Correct?
correct.
The Miranda warnings are not necessary for someone that is out of custody. They are typically only given for an individual that is in custody. Is that fair?
Correct.
You chose in this circumstance to have the Miranda warnings given to the defendant out of custody. Explain to the jury why you chose to do that.
Usually if there's a suspicious death, and
Gotta
there's
get my
some
water.
enforcement present, someone can feel like they may be in custody. Plus I'd already, I believe afterwards told her that she wasn't free to leave until we had the search warrant conducted. So in case we had further follow-up questions.
Was this an extra precaution you were taking given all the surrounding circumstances?
Yes.
During your interview with the defendant, as you're gathering this timeline, the defendant talks about trying to shut the TV off around 11:30 to midnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why does the defendant say that she eventually turns the TV back on? Who would not go to sleep?
Alexavier.
Alexavier was still up.
Yes.
And the defendant's timeline, she's up with Alexavier from that original time frame that she gives us when she goes to bed all the way to what hour of the morning?
I believe it was 3 a.m.
The defendant, during that interview with you, does not indicate who fell asleep first, her or Alexavier, according to the defendant, right?
Correct.
You also discussed with the defendant the bag of the old medication.
Yes.
Medication that the defendant referred to as medication that was from when they lived in Brownsville, I believe.
Yes.
The defendant gave you 3 different locations where she believes she stored that bag. What were the 3 locations, if you recall?
I don't recall.
One was a bookshelf. Is
One
that
was
right?
a bookshelf. One was a desk drawer. I don't remember the third.
To your knowledge, based on your interview with her, was when the defendant is describing those locations, was she referencing her bedroom as the place where that bag would have stored?
Yes. It'd be the living room, but it was made into a bedroom.
Made into a bedroom.
Yes.
Thank you. And to be clear, that's what the defendant used as a bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And that was the room that the defendant said she went to sleep with Alexavier the previous evening,
Yes.
or I guess early morning hours, to be more accurate. You had 2 more encounters with the defendant during the course of that morning, both of which were captured on body cam. Is that fair?
Yes.
There was a discussion with the defendant about Derek still being in custody, correct?
Yes.
At some point, do you go back and have a conversation with the defendant relative to the no contact order and whether the defendant wants to have contact with Derek Pedron?
Yes.
Okay, and that would have been captured on the body cam?
It was.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we play excerpt number 2, which is labeled as, I believe, Williams 6 on exhibit 21.
Hi, Josie, we just want you to stay here while we're still doing the warrant and everything. And then once we turn the house back over to you, then you can leave anytime. So.
What's going on with Derek?
The chaplain's going down to talk to him. So, and then the chaplain's supposed to call me back and tell me how his head is, and then
His head.
like how he's feeling, what is,
Stable.
if he's, how the judge wants to hear how he's feeling and what, and before he makes a decision. So the chaplain should call me back here. I texted him, he hasn't replied back. So
Josie, like I said, we understand. You told me you feel safe if Derek were to return, but I mean, with something like this happening, people aren't themselves.
You left it here when the only way I don't feel safe is if he's drinking.
Yeah.
And nobody would be here to physically stop him from drinking.
Was he drinking last night when he was here, or no?
No.
Okay.
They breathalyzed him.
Oh, they did.
He
Okay.
admitted to taking a little airplane shot
I don't
earlier
know
in the day,
that.
but he PBT'd zeros.
He did. Okay. That'll be good to know for the judge. So.
Lieutenant Williams, that clip that we just watched in open court, did that fairly and accurately capture your interaction with the defendant regarding the no contact order?
Yes.
And what was her indication regarding the no contact order?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, what did she say about the no contact order? Did she want it to remain in place?
She was fine as long as he wasn't drinking. She didn't feel unsafe with him if he wasn't drinking.
One of the additional responsibilities you had in this case was after having that discussion with the defendant regarding Derek Pedron was to actually have phone contact with Scott Horn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who is Scott Horn?
He's a La Crosse County judge.
He's a circuit court judge for La Crosse County.
Yes.
So I should refer to him as the Honorable Scott Horn.
Yes.
And was that relative to the no contact order that was in place for Derek Pedron? And to inform them of the circumstances regarding the death of Alexavier?
Yes, that and bond conditions if he was going to be able to release him.
Okay. Did you also have conversations with Derek Pedron?
Yes,
Were those over the phone?
I believe so.
The conversations that you had with Derek Pedron over the phone after Derek was informed of the death of Alexavier, how would you describe his demeanor as you could hear it over the phone?
He was very upset.
Distraught?
Yes.
Did you have one phone call or more than one phone calls with Mr. Pedron?
I believe a couple.
Was that emotional state the same on each one of those phone calls?
Yes.
Your department also had family members of Derek Pedron visit with him and allowed that to perform the notification of the death of Alexavier. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were members of the department present when the family members informed Derek of the death?
I believe the chaplain was.
The chaplain was present. Did you speak with the chaplain afterwards?
I do, but I don't recall what he told me.
What he told you? That's fair. Going back to the first video we watched, I want to make sure that we capture the time frame correctly. On the morning of February 11th, 2023, how long did the defendant tell you that she performed CPR on the body of Alexavier?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Lieutenant Williams, you have one final discussion with the defendant that's captured on your body cam. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's to verify the defendant's feelings on the no contact order?
Yes.
Okay. And in that conversation that you have with the defendant is now aware that a search warrant's being executed at her residence, correct?
Correct.
She knows law enforcement is going through her home,
Yes.
correct? And does she make a disclosure regarding drugs in her house after she's aware that a search warrant is being executed at her home?
Yes. She told me Derek had provided her with marijuana the night before, and she put it in her drawer upstairs.
And we'll see that on the body cam, correct? Okay, I would ask that excerpt number 3, which is labeled as Williams video number 9 on State's Exhibit 21 now be played.
Question for you, Josie, and I can't promise you anything or anything, but obviously Derek's in jail. Would you want him to be released
Yeah.
to be with you? Okay.
Yes, please.
I already talked to Sarah and said, you know,
I need
So-
someone here.
okay. Okay.
And
you wanna-
I have to tell you something, but I don't
Yeah.
want him to get in any trouble.
Okay. What do you need to tell me?
I mean, it's nothing big.
Yeah.
When the cops were here yesterday, he gave me his marijuana and and I put it in my top drawer.
Okay. Oh, it's just I don't care about
But I know
marijuana.
gonna.
I'm not charging anybody with marijuana. So
I just wanted to be honest.
okay, yep. If it was meth or heroin or something like that, something super super dangerous, we'd deal with that. But
No, there's
Okay.
none of that allowed.
okay, okay. You guys want to sit in the sun? Yep.
I don't do meth
No.
because of my head.
Okay.
But it
You
is
guys wanna sit in the sun,
It
you
is in
can.
my top drawer.
Of your white stand
No, of my
Or
dresser.
a dresser. Okay.
Above by the TV.
Okay.
You copy.
Just know that repeatedly Derek says he's does not do
Fairly
drugs.
accurately capture the conversation that you had with Ms. Dikeman relative to the no contact order
Yes.
and the marijuana. I'd move all videos contained on State's Exhibit number 21.
Objection.
Receive.
Lieutenant Williams, after conducting the initial investigation, you did a cursory review of the defendant's cell phone. Is that correct?
I did.
But there was a more in-depth extraction done of her cell phone that would allow a greater examination of that cell phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review her cell phone after the extraction was done, or did someone else perform that as well?
I did.
You did. Okay. Do you recall the results that you found with the initial extraction regarding the time frame that Ms. Dikeman provided you?
She had been texting a boyfriend. I don't recall the
I'm going to
exact.
object to the characterization of boyfriend. I don't think that's been established.
Sustain.
Okay. She was texting who?
A friend.
A friend?
Yes.
Was it about a date?
Yes.
A date the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was she texting this individual regarding that date that was supposed to take place the next day?
I have to look at my report. I don't recall.
Okay.
It was between 11 and 3.
During that time frame?
Yes.
The time frame that she originally gave you that she was talking to a friend?
Correct.
Regarding the scene investigation and the collection of physical evidence, I think you already told us that that was done by individuals that you charged with the responsibility on that particular date. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so if there's questions relative to the scene, it would be best to pose those to those individuals.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Williams. I have no further questions at this time.
No further questions.
Thank you. Morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
All right, so you are now a lieutenant in the Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Lieutenant of Investigation. Yes.
And is there a captain anymore, or is the lieutenant in charge of investigations now?
The lieutenant is.
Okay.
Me. Yes.
And I know you said you have 29 plus years of experience as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And I know that you have been a investigator for many years before you were promoted to lieutenant. Is that right?
Yes.
And in those years, you've conducted hundreds, if not thousands, of investigations.
From that thousands, but hundreds.
You've interviewed many witnesses. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're very well familiar with the process of conducting a good investigation.
Yes.
And a basic part of conducting a good investigation is ensuring that you and your team members gather all of the relevant facts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because it's the gathering of the facts that allow you to determine what happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And by examining all of the relevant facts, you can determine if somebody is or is not culpable of a crime. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it's just as important to gather all the relevant facts because those help protect innocent suspects as well.
Yes.
You know that prosecutors, judges, and defense lawyers all rely on the facts that you and your teammates gather.
Yes.
And it's very, very important in your line of work to avoid making assumptions
Correct.
because things aren't always what they seem to be. Is that correct?
Correct.
And by making an assumption, you might miss out on important facts that are different from what your theory might be.
Yes.
And you're unable to rewind the clock, so to speak, in some cases, and get a fuller picture if you're relying on an assumption.
Yes.
Making assumptions might cause investigators to target somebody who's not culpable.
Correct.
And it's not your job to target somebody specifically to make a case. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's your job to gather all of the facts and forward them to a prosecutor or a judge or a jury to make a determination on guilt or innocence.
Yes. My job is to prove it either way.
Sure. And would you agree with me, Lieutenant, that a good investigator should not be afraid of facts that are inconsistent with their theory of the case?
Yes.
Because it's not your job to prove your own hypothesis. Is that right?
Correct.
Which is why a good investigator should seek out evidence that's contrary to their working theories. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because in a detail of an accusation or a detail of what somebody's telling you doesn't make sense, an investigator should explore why it doesn't make sense. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And sometimes that means confronting either alleged victims or witnesses about inconsistent facts that they give you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or confirming that they're not following your lead simply by giving you the information that you want to hear.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to ask you, like, at this point, is it fair to say that you would have been the investigator in charge of this investigation?
No.
Who was in charge of this investigation?
There were multiple people in charge. We got a hold of Department of Criminal Investigation. I was off for 4 weeks for surgery, so there was multiple people in charge of this investigation.
You're the ranking sheriff's department investigator on this case at this point. Is that correct?
I'm not on this case.
You're not on this case now?
No.
Okay. Who from DCI was it your impression was in charge here?
Like I said, there was one person in charge. There was multiple people. Sergeant Amundsen took over the investigation.
Okay. So Sergeant Amundsen would have been the lead investigator after your involvement here?
For a couple months, yes.
All right. But for the first couple of months, you were kind of running the investigation until you had your surgery?
Like I said, there was multiple people. So there was
So many people in charge.
There's certain aspects of this that we all had to look at. So
Who were the others that were in charge?
Sergeant Amundsen, I don't recall the DCI agents.
This
but
is
there
like
was,
Michael's case. Like,
There's at least 3 of them involved.
is
Would you
this
agree
every
that you wouldn't
case?
have
Nobody wants to take
the lead
responsibility?
investigator designated to coordinate the
There's
investigation?
not a lead investigator.
Make sure that investigators aren't missing out on important leads.
Correct.
And was it Sergeant Amundsen then that was serving in that lead investigator role from your department?
After a few months, yes.
Okay. And before before Sergeant Amundsen took over, that would have been you?
Yes.
Okay. And part of what you're doing is in this team approach is that you're having briefings, correct?
Yes.
In other words, the investigators are getting together and talking about what you're doing in a specific part of the investigation.
Yes.
And that's important so that you know that somebody is assigned to handle every part of a case that you need to look into. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it also common practice for investigators to read the police reports of other investigators to see who they're talking to and what they're doing?
Yes.
For the same reasons, correct?
Correct.
You want to make sure that this is coordinated and nobody misses anything.
Correct.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the interview that we just saw of Ms. Dikeman at the home. You testified that at times she was emotional and crying. Is that right?
Yes.
And you agree with me, Lieutenant, that
Oh, you
there
don't
is
know the
no
half of it, Jenny.
right way to go through trauma.
There were cops there the
Nobody
day that
reacts
child
the same
died
way to
doing a
the loss of
welfare
a
check.
family member. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. So,
And he still died.
and you observed a number of emotional states with Ms. Dikeman. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about what specifically the two of you talked about. You told her that she needed to turn over her cell phone. Is that correct?
I asked her.
And you had probable cause to do that, correct?
Correct.
You had probable cause to seize any phone that might be connected with a potential drug overdose. Is that correct?
Correct.
She gave you her phone after she wrote down some phone numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
It's pretty common for you to treat a witness who's cooperating, allow them to write down phone numbers, right?
Yes.
You asked her for a passcode. Is that correct?
Yes.
She gave it
Oh,
to you.
and CPS was
You were
there
able to
that
unlock
day.
her phone with that.
Yes.
She didn't ask you to not look at certain parts of the phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
And The questions that Ms. Dikeman answered, she was able to answer most of your questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
And a lot of what she told you, you were able to verify as true. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for instance, she told you that police or Sergeant Cernine and Deputy Paff had been there for a welfare check the night before. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was true.
Yes.
She told you that it was her impression that the welfare check had been called in by a relative of Alex's biological mother. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was true as well.
Yes.
She told you that Alexavier had broken his leg about 3 weeks before. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was true as well.
Yes.
Told you that Major was with her mother and was being transferred over to Mark. Is that correct?
Yes.
You found that to be true as well.
Yes.
And for the record, Lieutenant, you're familiar with My Family Wizard?
Yes.
That's an application that is sometimes ordered through family courts for parents who don't necessarily get along, so that their communications about the child can be monitored.
Yes.
And that's what Ms. Dikeman referenced regarding Markel Rude.
It was.
Okay. Ms. Dikeman told you that she had been sleeping in her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
You verified that as true?
I don't know how to verify that, but that's what she said. Yes.
Sure. She told you that she stayed up until fairly early in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was also true?
Yes. Up till 3 a.m.
Sure. And you were able to corroborate from Josie's cell phone records that the phone was not moving or active between about 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I found it moving, but I don't think there's any use of it. Correct.
Sure. There's nothing that indicated to you that the phone was active from those hours?
Correct.
And Ms. Dikeman had told you that she went to sleep at some point after 3 a.m.
Yes.
Now, she told you that she had been handed marijuana the night before. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to get the context here. Josie doesn't say that she was using the marijuana. Is that correct?
No, she said it was Derek's marijuana.
Yep. Said that Derek had handed to her before the police arrived.
Yes.
All right. Sounded like he maybe wanted it concealed.
Yes.
And like effectively, I know it's not treated as harshly anymore, but effectively, like she went out of her way to admit to you that she participated in the crime of possessing marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. She volunteered that. Is that
Yes.
correct? She didn't say anything about Mr. Pedrin's Xanax at that point. Is that correct?
No.
And fair to say that you didn't ask her about Mr. Pedrin possessing Xanax or other drugs?
I did not.
Sure. That marijuana was eventually located during a search of the home?
I don't recall. I didn't do the search, so I don't recall the entire search.
Sure. You would recall if the marijuana had been located in concert with Xanax or other illegal drugs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, no Xanax or other illegal drugs were located in concert with that marijuana?
Like I said, I didn't do the search, so I don't recall.
Sure. So Josie told you that Alex would sneak around at night and look for treats?
Correct.
That's something that you were able to corroborate through all the other witnesses as well?
Some of them, yes.
She told
With a
you
broken leg,
that, or she told you who she was talking to that evening? Is that
non-weight bearing, in a
Yeah,
cast.
Laura Lee.
Laura Lee? And you were able to verify that that was true as well?
Yes.
And she actually pulls up must have been my chart or something, a list of medications that she was on.
Yes.
To go through and photograph all of her medications. Is that correct?
Correct.
By the way, they had cameras in the house.
She told you where the medications she was actively taking were located. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you that she called her mother before calling 911. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was true as well.
Yes.
She didn't protest the fact that you're going to execute a search warrant of the home in any way, shape, or form. Is that correct?
You did not.
Sure. And in your interview with Ms. Dikeman, you learned that Mr. Pedrin had a recent history of trying to choke her. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Previous week or whatever. Yes.
Lieutenant, you've investigated many cases of domestic violence. I know that, right?
Yes.
And fair to say that it's always a concern that somebody who is strangling or choking somebody might be a safety risk around children as well?
Possibly, yes,
Sure.
Possibly.
Because that can be lethal, correct?
yes.
Now, fair to say that after Josie made that comment, you did not ask her about any abuse that was going on at home with Mr. Pedron
I did not.
or with the children?
I did not.
All right. For the record here, Josie's lawyer at the time was Sean O'Neill.
I don't know who her attorney was.
Sure. You didn't interact with me or Mr. Bowles in the early course of this investigation. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about the scene here. Did you author a police report around Ms. Dikeman's arrest, indicating your belief that she had staged the scene of Alex's death?
I don't recall if I said it that way, but
Ooh. Okay, so the house had cameras. This would all be solved if they had camera footage. But someone, Josie, deleted the camera footage. Could have been Derek, but Derek said he didn't have access to the cameras. So this would all be solved if they had the camera footage. I don't know who gave this kid the Xanax. I can only assume it was her because she was the last person to see this child alive. And they're trying to say that this child got up in the middle of the night and got into her pills or someone's pills and took the Xanax, a 6-year-old who had a broken leg and wasn't able to put weight on it and was in a cast. Makes no sense. Make it make sense, people. Who gave the kid the Xanax?
yeah, it's a report I
It
did
was
on May
a
19th.
toxic dose, a lethal dose of Xanax. Also, in the autopsy, they found that he had numerous blunt force trauma wounds on his body. Don't know how long those were there.
Recorded in your report that the determination had been made that Josie staged the scene of Alex's death.
Yeah, it does say that in the summary, yes.
Okay. And you wrote that summary, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that was the working theory at the point that Josie was arrested.
I'd have to look at my previous reports, but yes.
Use for refreshing only, Your Honor. I'm not going to offer it.
Okay.
All right. So, approximately 3 days before you wrote that entry in your report, you received a document from the state crime laboratory about DNA testing. Is that correct?
They are biological.
see
They
that
range
report,
from
yes.
ages like 5 to 10. And there are like 5 to 6 kids in this house. Some of them were home, some of them were not.
You recall the DNA report being addressed back to you?
Sure. I
At the
don't
time, you
recall.
would have been Sergeant John Williams.
Yes.
All right. And my assumption is that you sent that prednisone pill bottle into the state crime laboratory for testing to see who might have come into contact with it. Is that correct?
That's what we would do, yes.
All right. And obviously, if it came back with Ms. Dikeman's DNA or fingerprints on it, that might be evidence that would support this theory of staging. Is that correct?
It'd be an addition to it, yes.
And if it came back with Derek Pedron's DNA or fingerprints on it, that might support the presumption that whatever was in that bottle had been handled by Mr. Pedron. Is that correct?
Could.
Nobody keeps their pills locked up. That's unrealistic.
And as you reviewed that DNA report, it did not indicate in any way.
Object, this is hearsay. The report should come in through the DNA analyst.
Well, Judge, I'm asking about the investigative decisions made in response to this.
Overruled.
Okay. So
I
you
am
reviewed this
too,
report,
Gwen.
and am I correct in assuming that it did not list Ms. Dikeman as the source of DNA on that pill bottle?
I'd have to see the report. I don't recall.
Sure.
I'm shocked that they're charging her with first degree. I mean, I can see that she's charged with something, but they're trying to put the whole thing on her. Obviously, she's the last person to see the child alive. Okay, I get it. I get it. But they're painting her to be like this horrific person, and they're making him out to be like, oh, he was like, he's a horrible human. And so's his entire family. They're trash. Absolute garbage.
Take a look here. I'll note that this one, I misspoke. This one's addressed
Garbage
to,
people.
Sergeant Amundsen, correct?
Investigator Amundsen
Yeah.
that day, yeah.
You do recall reviewing this report and authoring a police report about it, correct?
Like I said, I haven't seen, I don't recall that. I'd have to see my report. It's been 3 years, so.
Well, why don't you take a look at the exhibit there and just let me know if that looks familiar to you. Give you a chance to look at it?
Yes.
And, does that appear to be the DNA summary that you reviewed?
Yes, but it doesn't list a standard.
Yeah.
for
Are there
this
lesser
type of-
charges? I don't
Sure.
know if there are
It doesn't
lesser
list
charges
Ms.
in this,
Dikeman as a source of DNA at all.
or
Is
if
that
they're
correct?
just going for the first degree.
They wouldn't be able to test that unless they had a standard for her. So there's a testing for Alexavier.
Sure. So Alexavier was listed as a source of DNA on that bottle, correct?
Yes,
And it appears here that the bottle was never examined for fingerprints. Is that correct?
I didn't do the testing, so I don't know.
Because, like I said, I came
You
into
would
this
have been-
blind.
You would have been aware if the bottle had been swabbed and any fingerprints had been lifted.
I would assume it would be on that.
Okay. I want to talk about this a little bit here. You noted in you noted that there were multiple possible sources of DNA in that bottle. Is that correct?
Like I said, I'd have to see my report.
Sure. And your testimony here is that there wasn't a DNA standard for Ms. Dikeman. Is that right?
By looking at that report you showed me, there was not one listed on there.
Okay. The entire purpose of sending that pill bottle in for testing is to determine who might have handled it. Is that correct?
Like you said, Sergeant Amundsen sent that in, so I was not aware of that unless I saw the report when it came back.
Well, you would have been the ranking officer when this was sent in. Is that fair?
Like I said, we didn't have a captain, so I was the sergeant in, basically, there's 2 sergeants and there's 2 investigator deputies. There was a lot of people in charge of this investigation. I was just one of them.
Sure. But you agree with me, Lieutenant, that certainly you had probable cause to get a search warrant for a swab of Ms. Dikeman's DNA for a control sample.
Correct.
And you could have gotten a search warrant for that DNA at any point in the last 3 years if we were to make a comparison. Is that correct?
Yes.
You agree that, to your knowledge, nobody in your department asked for Ms. Dikeman's DNA to compare to this pill bottle?
Yes, I don't know that.
The same thing with Mr. Pedrin. Nobody asked for Mr. Pedrin's DNA to be compared to the unknown male DNA in this pill bottle.
Like I said, I'm not familiar with the entire case. I was not in charge, so I don't know that.
Would you agree with me that there's very little utility in sending in a pill bottle for DNA analysis if we're not going to send in standards from the suspects?
Correct. Most time they won't accept it unless you have a standard.
And the only standard that you're aware of here is that of Alexavier Pedrin. Is that correct?
But looking at that report, yes.
You agree with me, Lieutenant, that there would be probable cause to seek out a search warrant for Mr. Pedrin's DNA under these circumstances?
Yes.
And you agree that that was never done as well.
I don't recall if that was or not.
Now, the pill bottle itself, you had a chance to view, or you had a chance to view photographs of it?
I vaguely remember a picture of it, yes.
And you recall there being some sort of residue in the interior of the pill bottle?
I don't recall that.
Sure. You agree, Lieutenant, that the state crime lab can and will test very small quantities of substances to determine what it is for you?
I'm assuming they would, yes.
And you agree with me, Lieutenant, that nobody asked the state crime laboratory to swab and test the interior of that pill bottle to determine if it was Xanax or any other substance?
That would be up to the state when it's sent in for testing. I have no idea.
Well, when it's something
That's
sent in-
somebody
sent in for
else's
testing, you have to fill
job.
out a form,
It's
correct?
not my
Correct. I did not
job.
fill that form out.
Well, an investigator has to fill out a form, right?
Investigator Amundsen filled that form out, yes.
And that form would have to go in with the rationale for what it was being tested for, correct?
Correct,
And you can request certain things on that testing form, is that right?
yes,
You can request fingerprint analysis, is that correct?
yes,
You can request DNA analysis, is that correct?
yes,
You can request testing for controlled substances, is that correct?
yes,
I mean, in fact, your department regularly sends in very small amounts of suspected methamphetamine or fentanyl for testing by the state crime laboratory.
yes.
You agree that there's nothing that would lead you to believe that that test had been requested in the course of this investigation?
Like I said, I was only on it for 2 months, so I don't know.
Well, this is the period of time, Lieutenant, in which you would have been the lead in the sheriff's department by your testimony. I'm asking you about that time frame.
Like I said, I was not the lead. I've repeated that twice.
Woo!
I don't remember the date on that, and I did not send that form in.
So you wrote in your police report that the conclusion had been made that Ms. Dikeman had staged the scene of Alex's death. Is that correct?
Based on several different observations, yes.
And you wrote that report after receiving the DNA results back from the state crime laboratory.
Yes,
Listen here, sir.
Now, Lieutenant, you're aware that there was potential pill fragments recovered from Alexavier's pillow.
I was not in charge of the scene or the evidence.
Okay.
It
who
wasn't
was in charge
me.
of the scene?
Sergeant Amundsen was in charge of the scene and the evidence.
Are you telling me that in your briefings, in the course of this case, nobody informed you that there were possible pill fragments recovered from Alexavier's pillow?
I don't recall that at all, no.
You agree
It was
that
me.
that would be an important piece of evidence
It wasn't
to
me.
collect and photograph,
Yes,
and it would be an important piece of evidence to send into the state crime laboratory for testing,
it would.
because that could either confirm or disconfirm this theory that Josie had staged the scene to look like an overdose.
Yes.
You agree that that was never done.
Like I said, I don't recall. I wasn't in charge of the investigation.
Their
after
job
that.
is not to disprove.
To this day, Sergeant or Lieutenant, you have no idea what those pill fragments are. Is that correct?
This is the first I've heard of it today.
Now, you also came to that conclusion that Josie had staged the scene after knowing that her phone had been inactive for a period of 6 hours. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
You came to the conclusion that Josie had staged the scene to look like an overdose after you learned that her phone had been inactive between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. that morning.
I don't believe that had anything to do with it.
It's consistent with somebody going to sleep, fair to say?
Yes,
And the working theory here, as I understand it, was that Josie beat Alex up, gave him Xanax, and then just went to sleep.
is that a question?
Was that the working theory when you concluded that she had staged the scene of Alex's death?
That was not my theory.
You agree that in your inspection of this cell phone, there was no attempt of Ms. Dikeman to Google, for instance, how to cover up child abuse, correct?
There was nothing like that on the phone.
Nothing like how to make a death look like an overdose, correct?
Correct.
Nothing like how do I fool the police or how do I fool CPS?
Correct.
And in fact, she gave you her cell phone when you asked her to do so. Is that right?
I've answered that. Yes.
Let's
Dude.
talk about domestic violence. You agree that just like how people respond to trauma or emergencies, not all domestic violence victims respond in the same way?
Yes,
And I know for a fact you testified in many serious domestic violence trials. Is that correct?
I've never been in a domestic trial.
You've never been in a domestic violence trial?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You agree with me that no two survivors of domestic abuse will react the same way?
I'd agree with that.
Some will be very transparent and report what's going on at home.
Yes,
Others will be reluctant to do so.
yes,
Still others will flat out lie and protect their abuser.
yes,
And some of them are terrified of what might happen next if their abuser finds out what they say to police.
correct. That's why we were asking if she was all right with him coming back.
And it appeared that you had some concern about Mr. Pedrin coming back because of his potential headspace. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Well, yeah, his kid just died. That's why he was asking.
Lieutenant Williams, I can't believe I have to ask you this question, but I'm gonna ask it. Is it a good or legal excuse for a man to hit a woman because she eggs him on?
no,
Never, correct? All right. You don't blame survivors of domestic abuse when they're scared to talk about it?
no,
Because the tools that you as a police officer have aren't always perfect to deal with those individuals, correct?
correct.
You agree that you can ask a judge to order a no contact, right?
You can ask, yes.
But in your experience, no contacts don't always stop abusers from going back.
Just a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's just a piece of paper.
And you understand that abusers can and do control women who are abused.
They can.
They can do the same thing with children who are abused.
I'm assuming so, yes.
And they can make an abused spouse or child feel like this is a normal relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And sometimes it can be very difficult to get a survivor of domestic abuse to tell you the truth about what's happening at home.
yes,
And if Ms. Dikeman's partner had been physically abusing her for up to 8 years, she may not have been ready to talk to that with you. Is that fair to say?
if that's true, yes.
Same thing if she had witnessed him abusing children for a substantial period of time. She may not have been ready to talk about that.
If that's true, yes.
8 years.
You agree that it's fairly common for survivors of domestic abuse to ask to lift a no contact order?
Happens every day.
Yep. And, certainly you didn't appear to blame Ms. Dikeman for wanting to lift that order after Alexavier had died. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your interactions with a woman named Sharon Hellrood. Did you receive a series of phone calls from Sharon Hellrood?
Is that Major's grandmother?
Yes.
Yes.
Without going into the explicit content here, did you eventually tell Sharon Hellrood to stop talking to Major about what was happening in the home?
I did.
You did that because you didn't want a child's memory polluted before he went in for a forensic interview.
Correct.
And that is very standard police protocol for you to do that, correct?
Do that in every case.
The phone calls from Mrs. Hellrood was, it was more than one, correct?
If you're saying so, yes. I remember one for sure.
Okay. Now, in your review of Ms. Dikeman's cell phone, did you note any text messages where she expressed concern that Major was being brainwashed?
I don't recall, but I'd have to look at my report, I guess.
Okay, sure. Do you agree that nobody followed up with Sharon Hellrood as to what specifically the family was talking to Major about?
I don't believe so.
That nobody followed up with her to determine who was talking to Major?
We wouldn't normally do that. I would just give them advice not to talk to
Yeah,
them
we ain't got
till
time
they
for
do a
that.
Forensic interview.
Sure.
We investigating
I have an exhibit.
crimes and stuff. We ain't got time to be wondering who's talking to these kids and stuff. Dang. Dude, for real though, they don't have time for that. they can't monitor these kids 24/7, obviously, because Alex is dead. They were just there at the house. The cops literally had a flashlight on him, saw a gash on his head, saw bruises on his body, and was like, yeah, he's okay. Deuces, we out. Peace out. See you.
First statement. First statement.
A few hours later,
I'm objecting to this on hearsay, Your Honor.
kid's dead. It's all good, though. It's all good in the neighborhood. Then the cops gonna get on the stand and be like, yeah, we didn't see anything that seemed of concern. The cut on his head looked like it had been healed for many days, given my years of experience on the force. That's what it looked like. Yet in the body cam, he's all asking about this cut on this child's head repeatedly, asking how did he get this? What happened to him? Constantly asking about the cut on his head. But then on the stand, he's going to act like it was healed. It looked like it was healed. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They contradict everything because they don't want it. They want to be like, oh, everything was fine. It was all good. Because they were literally just there, checking on the very child that passed away, checking on the very child, doing a welfare check on the very child that is no longer living. And they can't think of a reason why they didn't remove the child who had a gash on his head, a bruise on his leg that they saw visibly with their own two eyeballs, and a cast on his leg, who was all like groggy and half asleep, half in and out of consciousness. And they're like, oh yeah, he good. We're done. We're out. No more question. Nothing to see here, folks. Meanwhile, there's another child running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Just so it's clear that this.
And the house
statement's
is a
only being
disaster.
offered Not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the listener.
And the dad is being arrested because he's not supposed to be there. Never mind all of that shenanigans. And then hours later, the child is dead. But it's not my fault. The system completely failed. Completely and utterly failed. And they're making her look like
I recognize it.
she's the most awful person on the planet. Bunk y'all. Bunk all of y'all.
There's a text message in there that you noted in your report attributed to Ms. Dikeman. Is that correct?
This one?
Nope, I am looking at this one down here at 7:47 and 37 seconds p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm offering this not for the truth of the matter, but you reported that from Ms. Dikeman's phone, quote, they are brainwashing Major. Is that, end quote, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was February 15th at 2023?
Yes.
It's important enough for you to put this in your report. Is that correct, Lieutenant?
Yes.
And you don't put facts that you deem to be irrelevant inside of your police reports. Is that right?
Most of the time, correct.
Offer 261 for the purposes used.
Oh, okay. Be careful. Be careful. You just put that in there.
Let me ask the clarifying question here.
Judge, that's why I objected. That's exactly the reason.
Sure. All right. So Lieutenant Williams, something that was important enough to note in your report.
Well,
Sometimes
he also noted that she staged the scene.
Yes.
Don't forget.
You agree that no investigator was assigned to follow up with the people caring for Major as to what that comment could refer to?
After my involvement, I don't know.
You agree that nobody was tasked with following up with Josie to see what she meant by that statement?
believe Josie asked for an attorney the next time they tried to speak to her.
Sure, but nobody was tasked to go out there and say, what does this mean?
We couldn't question her because she didn't want to talk to us. She had an attorney.
You know, Lieutenant, was it ever on the radar to go out there and ask her about that?
Like I said, we couldn't speak to her anymore. She had an attorney.
And that attorney was Sean O'Neill?
If that's who it was, yes.
All right. So one of the activities that you were involved in was applying for a search warrant for Ms. Dikeman's medical records. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did that because you wanted to determine what she had been prescribed. Is that correct?
Correct.
In particular, you wanted to know whether or not she was prescribed alprazolam or Xanax. Is that correct?
I just did it for an entire medical history.
Sure. But Xanax was a specific concern in this case after you received the autopsy report back. Is that correct?
I'd have to review my report again. I don't know if I received that autopsy report or not.
Are you saying, Lieutenant, that you're unaware that Alexavier had toxic levels of alprazolam in his bloodstream at autopsy?
Like I said, after the 2 months I was not on the case, I wasn't briefed about it. I overheard that through, I guess, small talk. But
well, one of the reasons that you look for medical records in a case like this is because what we call a Len bias homicide. Is that correct?
yes,
And just to give the jury a little bit of context for, just to give a little bit of context for that, Len Bias was a basketball player who was drafted in the
I'm
first
gonna
round.
object to the relevance.
What
It's
the-
not charged as a Len bias homicide. It's irrelevant.
Sustained. Thank you.
One of what you would explore is whether or not a child could have, or child or victim could have overdosed from some substance that was provided to them. Is that correct?
provided or they found, yes.
Sure. And it's something that your department regularly investigates, drug overdose, homicides. Is that correct?
Yes,
You can investigate and prosecute anybody on the chain of drug delivery for a first-degree reckless homicide. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's something that you've done many times before. Is that correct?
I have not, no.
It's important to examine all potential sources of a medication or illegal drug that caused somebody's death. Is that correct?
We attempt to, yes. Or just an overdose, we attempt to.
And that's one of the reasons why you got a search warrant for Ms. Dikeman's medical records. Is that correct?
I already answered that, but it was for her entire medical history.
Sure. You noted Ms. Dikeman's prescription history,
Yes,
and it's correct in assuming that Ms. Dikeman does not appear to have ever been prescribed alprazolam or Xanax.
correct.
So upon that, and that would have come back to you fairly early in the case. Is that fair to say?
Can you clarify the date?
Around, yep, March 29th of 2023.
Yes.
Yep.
So, and you personally reviewed these medical records, is that correct?
If I did a report on it, yes.
So, one of the issues or one of the questions that remained after reviewing Ms. Dikeman's medical records is what was the source of the Xanax that led to Alexavier's death? Is that fair?
That's what I heard, yes.
That's what I had heard. Keep in mind on the 911 call, she said numerous times that he had gotten into some medication. And that's also what she said as soon as they opened the door. She opened the door when the cops came. So she was already setting up.
Do you agree that, in your knowledge, nobody ever subpoenaed or obtained a search warrant for Derek Pedrin's medical records?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you another question here. I know what the answer is, but I have to ask you anyways. Is it true that there have been completely untrue allegations made about you and your role in this investigation by members of Alexavier's family?
Yes, several.
And is it in fact true that you have never had a sexual relationship with Ms. Dikeman?
I guess I never heard that, but no, never.
Okay. Is it in fact true that you did not go to the scene and help Ms. Dikeman stage this?
Absolutely not.
I've known you for years, Lieutenant. I believe you.
Judge, I'm gonna ask that
Sure.
that be struck, and we shouldn't have references to someone and their credibility, especially not from the lawyers during testimony.
Okay.
Sustained.
Sure. Withdrawn.
What?
I assume it was frustrating to be accused of something that you didn't do.
I
Judge,
was
I'm
keep-
object to the relevancy of any of this. I've never even heard of any of this. I'm not sure what the relevancy is.
This is, given the allegations of issues, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
What?
I assume that it was frustrated to be accused of something that you didn't do.
I wasn't told of a lot of this stuff. I was basically quietly removed from the case, which I was very offended
By these allegations.
by the prosecution, yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, at the scene on February 11th of 2023,
Ew.
you made note that there were some apparent cameras in the house. Is that correct?
Yes,
At that
Oh.
time, you decided it was unnecessary to seize those camera devices.
correct. There would be anything on the cameras. It's on an app.
Sure.
Ew.
Now,
Nasty.
Lieutenant, are you aware that the Division of Criminal Investigation considered Mr. Pedrin a person of interest in Alex's death?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware of it.
Vague. Timing.
Right?
Let me rephrase. Are you aware that Special Agent Michael Haverly testified at the preliminary hearing in this matter that Mr. Pedrin was considered a person of interest?
Objection is still vague as to timing. When was he considered a person of interest?
You made a reference to the testimony of the special agent. I'll allow him to ask the question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Are you aware of that?
Not aware of that.
Was that never a working theory when you were working on this case?
I wasn't called as a witness for the prelim. I wasn't called for any briefings around that time frame.
Was it something that was ever discussed in your briefings that Mr. Pedrin should be examined as somebody who was capable of causing these injuries to Alex?
I wasn't part of those briefings.
Now, fair to say that in the course of the part of the investigation that you did handle, you were aware that there's evidence that Mr. Pedrin was physically violent with others inside of his home?
He was out on bond, yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the fact that he has a history of battering and strangling Ms. Dikeman at the very least?
I don't know his history.
And you noted
Don't know.
early in your investigation that Derek appeared to have lied to you at least at one point. Is that correct?
Can you tell me when?
Sure. Mr. Pedrin told you that he was done with Josie and only wanted to see the kids. Is that correct?
Correct.
But upon a review of some of Josie's text messages, you noted that that appeared to be untrue. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That's correct.
You noted numerous messages where he was trying to fix the relationship with
Objection
Josie.
calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Wow.
So, of the phone information that you reviewed from Ms. Dikeman's phone, you agree that it's important to review all of it?
Yes.
And you documented all the phone activity that you could from that evening of February 10th to February 11th?
I believe so. It is. Yes.
Sure. And is it fair to say that you did not document any of the videos pulled from Ms. Dikeman's phone of Mr. Pedrin behaving abusively?
I don't recall seeing those.
Did you watch the videos that were pulled from Ms. Dikeman's phone?
I just answered that. I don't recall seeing those.
Sure. That's an important piece of evidence that should be reviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the messages that you reviewed, you agree that there were a lot of them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I think we counted tens of thousands. Does that sound familiar?
Typical of a phone extraction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's pretty common for people to have a lot of messages because you can view even the deleted messages, correct?
Not all of them, but yes.
Okay. And that was your understanding of Ms. Dikeman's phone, that there were many, many text messages?
Yes.
You agree with me that you did not note a single one of those text messages recording Ms. Dikeman asking Derek to purchase her Xanax?
I don't recall. I think there was something related to Xanax at some point, but I don't recall the exact message.
But what I'm saying is there wasn't a single text message from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedron asking him to purchase Xanax. Is that correct?
There was a message. I don't recall exactly where it came from.
You would have noted if there were messages from Ms. Dikeman instructing Mr. Pedron to buy her Xanax. Is that correct?
There would be a report, yes.
Can we assume that if that evidence was absent from your report, that you saw no such message?
Like I said, I recall a message. I don't recall where it came from.
Sure.
It was through.
Now, Mr. Pedron claimed with you when you were still on this case early in this investigation that he was not violent with Alexavier. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but if you're saying that, yes.
You and your other investigators were learning early on that that was untrue. Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
You and your teammates early in this investigation interviewed Josie's mother, Rebecca Ehlers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were told that
This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm asking for the officer's follow-up or lack thereof here.
Well, ask him what he did after they interviewed her. Go ahead.
You were given information in that interview that was concerning.
Objection, this is hearsay.
Sustained. What did they do after they got the information?
Well, after interviewing Ms. Ehlers, did anybody think to interview Mr. Pedron about what she had reported?
Can you tell me the date I interviewed?
February 14th of 2023.
After that, I don't believe so.
In the course of investigating a child abuse death, Lieutenant, would it be important to follow up on a allegation that there was video of a parent strangling the child who died?
Yes, it would be.
You're aware that that accusation had been made by Ms. Ehlers.
Objection, this is hearsay. It has to be strucken.
Strucken? Is that a word? Strucken?
This hearsay. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm offering it for the investigative follow-up here, not for the truth of the matter.
Okay. As long as it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, I'll allow you to ask the question.
Strucken?
You're aware that Ms. Ehlers reported to you and Investigator Amundsen that she had viewed a video of Derek Pedron holding Alexavier by his throat against a wall.
I'd have to look at my report, but
Sure.
Strucken. Where is all of this video? I mean, what the frick? They had cameras in this house. She recorded everything. I'm waiting for the defense next week to show all of this video that they're supposed to be of all the things.
Take a look at the 262 of Lieutenant. Let me know when you crash.
There better be video of her doing CPR on him. There better be video of her finding him.
He's refreshing it, recollection. All right,
What?
come on up.
Come on up. Figure it out. This judge is so irritated. And this prosecutor, he's such a vagina. I'm sorry. Not sorry. He's irritating. He says that he is trained in forensic interviews and all this kind of shenanigans. Well, he's rude. If he's so well trained, he is not nice when it comes to domestic violence victims. He does not seem well trained in forensic interviews and what have you, because, just look at his little face. So irritating. And that haircut, oh, God, I hate it. Hate it so much. I mean, I'm not a fan of either one, but like that guy, I just need him to put a toupee on. Why can't I hear him?
Was there any effort to
Okay.
interview Mr. Pedron about what Ms. Ehlers had shared with you and Investigator Amundsen?
I don't think so. If I can add to that, it looks like it was, excuse me,
Nope, that was the question that I was allowed to ask here.
I wasn't done. but-
Well, the state can rehabilitate. Go ahead.
Sure.
That's not a word, Strucken, by the way.
In the review of Ms. Dikeman's cell phone, did you become aware of a video of Mr. Pedron screaming at Alexavier whether or not he liked it getting his fucking ass beat?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's already testified that he did not review any of the videos from the cell phone. So that would be included in the videos from the cell phone.
Okay. Did not review them. Move on.
If that evidence existed, Lieutenant, is that something that Mr. Pedron should be questioned about?
Yes,
You agree that nobody questioned Mr. Pedron about what was happening in that video with Alexavier?
I wouldn't know that.
You're aware of whether any investigator in the course of this investigation reviewed the videos on Ms. Dikeman's phone depicting Mr. Pedron acting abusively?
No one
I don't think
considered
so.
him because
That's
he was
certainly
in
something that Mr.
jail.
Pedron should be questioned about. Is that fair?
Yes, but when there's images, I do internet crimes against children cases, there could be 100 and some gigabytes of data, and it would take months or years to go through all that information if I'm not aware of it.
Sure. But you had a number of people working on this team. Is that right?
Yes,
In addition to you, we had Investigator Amundsen, correct?
yes,
Investigator Fritz Leinfelder,
yes,
Investigator Michael Valencia,
yes.
Sergeant Cernine at points.
3 of those don't normally go through a phone celebrate extraction. I wouldn't be familiar how to do that.
And there were many DCI agents involved in this as well, correct?
Oh my
Yes.
gosh. So
Agent
dark
Big Dale,
outside, y'all.
Yes,
Agent Michael Haverly,
yes,
Agent Adam Frederick.
yes,
I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but there were more than 3, correct?
yes.
And the explanation here is that between all of these investigators, nobody could go through the rest of the cell phone?
I guess there wasn't a decision made to send it to an analyst.
Now, you agree with me, Lieutenant, that this is not, or deciding not to go through the rest of the content on that phone is not consistent with exploring alternative explanations?
Like I said, I wasn't on the case any longer.
You aware of whether or not any investigator was ever tasked to confront Mr. Pedron about lying about the source of Xanax in the home?
I don't know who spoke to Mr. Pedron.
At the time that you were on this case, Investigator Williams, were you aware that Mr. Pedron was a drug dealer?
It was not.
Objection. No testimony related to that whatsoever.
Sustain.
That'd be stricken.
Be stricken.
But once it's out
Investigator,
there,
or
it's
Lieutenant,
out
have you
there.
have you been informed that Mr. Pedron has acknowledged procuring prescription medications for others?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony. I don't believe you said that. Other than maybe for the defendant.
Judge,
Yeah, no, overruled on that.
are you aware of that?
I'm not.
That would be the definition of a drug dealer. Fair?
Can you restate your statement?
Just
Somebody-
move from the question. Go on.
Sure.
Moving along, moving along.
Obviously, if the department had knowledge that a suspect was engaged in the distribution of controlled substances, it's something that should be investigated with that suspect.
I guess you could ask him, but he would probably lie.
To your knowledge, in the 2 months that you were involved, did anybody ask Mr. Pedron about that?
Like I already answered, I was not aware of that.
Now, in the course of time that you were still on this case, are you aware that Mr. Pedron was asked to disclose his cell phone to your department?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
Did you or any other officer ask Mr. Pedron to disclose his cell phone to your department?
Object, it calls for hearsay unless he asked.
He was the head of the team. He would know if they were going to ask for the cell phone. I'll overrule the objection.
Were you aware of that in February of 2023, Mr. Pedron was asked to provide his cell phone?
Can you give me a date? Because I don't recall that.
Would have been February 14th of 2023.
I don't know the officer if they asked. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is that a report that you wouldn't have reviewed or wouldn't have reviewed in your briefing?
Like I said, I reviewed most of the reports early on, but I was not part of any briefing after that.
Did you, Lieutenant, as somebody who was in charge of the investigation at that time frame, you agree that it would be important to examine Mr. Pedron's cell phone for what he's saying about his child's death?
That'd be important, but I was not in charge of the investigation. There was multiple people. I was a sergeant. I have a captain above me. I was not in charge.
Okay.
Not in
so,
charge. Not
is it your
in
testimony
charge.
then that should have been within the purview of Captain, now Sheriff John Siegel?
It could have been my decision too, but I don't recall doing that, no.
Okay. You agree that to your knowledge, and at least during the course of your investigation, nobody asked or nobody insisted that Mr. Pedron's cell phone be seized and searched?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You would have recalled that if you had viewed Mr. Pedron's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
This guy knows about as much about this case as I do.
Lieutenant, would you agree that it would be a mistake to not confront an alternative suspect and ask for an explanation of verifiably untrue statements?
Yes, it would be a mistake.
Would you agree that it would be a mistake for law enforcement officers to tell an alternative suspect that they're on his side effectively and they need to think like defense attorneys?
Can you tell me who said that? I don't know.
Investigator Leinfelder.
Okay. I wasn't present for that. That would be wrong.
That would be a mistake.
That'd be wrong.
Wrong. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I want to just clarify some of the state's theory here. And if this is some,
I need
did
you to
you,
clarify.
Sergeant, have any working theory, or did you have any working theory at the time that you were taking off this case for what happened leading up to Alexavier's death?
My title.
His theory is irrelevant. That's for the jury to decide.
I'm going to overrule. It goes to the issue of the course of the investigation. Go ahead.
My title's lieutenant, not sergeant.
You're sergeant for a long time. My apologies. I'm creature habit.
Smackety smack.
The day of, there were some inconsistencies with their statement. You know, Alexavier was found on the ground, and she
Ground.
in the bed.
So I want to get a sense of some of the theory here. So like what you said was that the inconsistent statement is what led you to kind of target Ms. Dikeman. Is that correct?
It's not my theory. It's inconsistencies I saw. She explained she did CPR for 10 minutes. I asked what color the foam was because first responders, when they did CPR, it was black. She said it was white. For 10 minutes doing CPR on someone with black foam, you probably understand that they're probably not able to return. So I thought that was inconsistent. So
You assume the worst about her statements at that point. Is that correct?
those were things that I guess jog my memory to this day. So
You're aware that Deputy Jar observed white foam initially from Alexavier's mouth?
initially, until he started doing CPR.
And you have no idea how hard Ms. Dikeman was doing CPR. Is that correct?
It didn't take much for when Jar did CPR to see the black foam.
So, Lieutenant, the question was you have no idea how hard Ms. Dikeman was doing CPR.
I wasn't present, correct?
But you don't know if
So,
when
I wanna
she
get a
was
sense of
doing
the timing
CPR,
on this.
if it was
My
white phone
understanding here
first.
is that, since nobody was present for Alex's death.
You're not a freaking
nobody can say
doctor.
definitively when you would have received these injuries. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you know from Josie's phone activity that she was fairly active on her cell phone during that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes,
She she takes a call from Mr. Pedron from the La Crosse County Jail after he was arrested. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
He texts back and forth with her friend Laura Lee Raines. Is that correct?
Yes,
She texts back and forth with Rafael Porfirio.
yes, her friend.
She's Googling things like first date ideas in coffee shops near me.
Yes,
She is looks like 2 calls from Laura Lee Raines, one a standard phone call, one a Facebook call. Is that correct?
correct.
She took a series of selfies in bed with a child that you initially believed was Alex, but later found to be Brantley. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you agree that she and Brantley looked happy and smiling in that photographs or those photographs?
I don't recall the date of the photograph, but yes.
Okay. And all of this is happening during the period of time where Josie was supposedly beating and drugging Alexavier to death.
Like I said, I don't recall the date of the photograph, so I'd have to review my notes on that. And I don't recall when the, I guess, injuries actually occurred. It could have happened weeks, days prior to this. and
Exactly.
did not happen that night.
Exactly.
Can I get?
Also, so they're saying that she said she did CPR for
I
10 minutes,
stipulate that
right?
the photograph was taken at approximately 9, I believe it was like 9:15, 9:16 in the evening.
And she said he had white foam.
Exactly,
When the
if that's
police
stipulation,
got
you
there
saying that it was at 9.
and started doing CPR, he had white foam and then black foam come out of
What
his
exhibit
mouth.
is it again?
They're saying she's inconsistent. We don't know, like, I don't know the process of overdose, what foam comes out of your mouth. I don't think that's fair to say. Again, I'm not saying she didn't give him the Xanax. I'm just saying, like, I think they're being not very. I don't know how long it takes for your body to process Xanax.
That you viewed that selfie with Josie and Brantley.
Yes,
And you agree with me that the two of them look fairly happy in this photograph?
yes.
Doesn't look like somebody who's about to beat her child to death in the bed next to her son.
Well, I don't know what's going to set somebody off.
I can't say that. Like, someone could.
Brantley doesn't look like he's terrified of his mother in this photograph.
Does not.
And these photographs were taken in the midst of all of these other text messages and phone calls that you documented. Is that correct?
As you stated, it was the night before at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah. But like, how long will it take for someone to like overdose?
Ms.
I mean, a
Dikeman also
child,
texted
I'm sure.
Mr.
I don't
Pedro's
know.
mother to let her know that Derek was in jail. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, but
Sure.
Like to show symptoms
So
of an overdose.
just so I understand the theory here, while she's planning a first date, texting other people, having a conversation with the man she was going to meet, having multiple conversations with Laura Lee Raines, taking these selfie photos, at some point in the midst of all of this, Lieutenant, Ms. Dikeman murdered Alexavier.
I don't know the exact cause of death, but there was like multiple injuries from weeks prior. That's what I understand.
See, they're saying
So,
that
if you're
the
saying
horse
that
trauma,
she killed him that night, I have no idea.
they have no idea.
You agree that in the course of your investigation when you were involved, or did you ever ask yourselves why Ms. Dikeman would do something like this?
But ask me
It
so.
calls for commentary on motive, which is not an element.
It's not an element, but it's certainly relevant, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection.
Sustained.
You never identified any motive for Ms. Dikeman to kill Alexavier.
I
Oh,
don't know what the final motive or what they believed was, so.
be right back.
Lieutenant, earlier in this case, you authored a number of search warrant applications. Is that correct?
Yes,
And in particular, one of them was to Verizon on February 27th of 2023. Is that correct?
sure.
And in that search warrant application, you explained your theory of the case at that time. Is that correct?
I'd have to review it, but
You indicated that you were investigating a negligent death at that time. Is that correct?
yes,
Did not include language about first-degree intentional homicide or child abuse. Is that correct?
if that's what you're saying, I'd have to look at it.
Sure. And you make warrant applications under oath, correct?
Yes,
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes,
And you're telling the truth when you made that search warrant application. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, one of the things that was returned, and that was a warrant for a very limited number of text messages on Mr. Pedrin's cell phone. Is that correct?
I don't recall. I'd have to see my report.
What I missed, sorry. Had to give me some yogurt.
Getting a return from that search warrant while you're still on this case.
I'd like to see the report.
We're working on the report here, but I'm going to show you that. 222. Do you recall receiving that text message from Verizon return?
I'd have to have some glasses.
What's
To see.
that?
I'd have to have some glasses to see this. I don't.
Yeah, they did CPR for a long time too.
Would it help if I put it up on the Almos?
Yes. Sorry.
All right. Can you read that now, Lieutenant?
I cannot. Okay,
Cannot?
okay. Oh, hold on. I can. Yes.
All right. So, were you aware that on February 9th of 2023, somebody contacted Mr. Pedrin and asked if he still has scripts? And his response was, I may, I will let you know in 10.
Yes, this is what I was talking about before, about this annex,
Sure.
where it says,
Mr. Pedrin's phone, and that was an unknown number texting him. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's an unknown number. I'm sure it's in a report
Well,
somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the originating phone is who is sending the text message. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we have that phone number right up there on the Alamo, correct?
Yes.
Are you saying that nobody from your department called that number to see who was asking Mr. Pedrin for scripts?
We would normally call someone. We would do a different
Sure.
search for it.
Nobody tried to determine who that was asking Mr. Pedrin for scripts.
You'd have to show me my report.
If I told you that there was no such report, would that be consistent with nobody taking that action?
If that's the truth, yes.
And Mr. Pedrin's response there is, I may, I will let you know in 10. Did you see that?
Yes.
So, Lieutenant, this certainly Sounds like a drug transaction in the works. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It's certainly something that Mr. Pedrin should be asked about when this is his phone receiving that text and him exchanging text with that number.
Correct.
Are you aware of whether anyone from law enforcement asked him why he appeared to be engaged in some sort of a drug transaction 2 days before Alexavier's death?
I don't recall that, no, but I'd like to see my report on when this was recovered.
Certainly a very relevant piece of evidence. Would you agree?
Can't agree unless I see my report.
Sure. We're working on it. We have Sergeant Amundsen's, and maybe we'll bring that up with him.
Okay.
But if Mr. Pedrin was not questioned about that text message, would you agree that that would be an investigative error?
Be a mistake, yes.
If Mr. Pedrin was not questioned about videos in which he was confronted about buying and using Xanax, would that be an investigative error?
Objection. Lack of foundation. There's been no such videos have even been shown to exist.
Okay, sustain.
Judge,
I feel like this guy's been on the stand way too long. The defense just drags out witnesses, and then the prosecution's going to recross, and then the defense is going to have additional questions. And then this is just going to go, they just do tit for tat, ping pong back and forth with each other. It's just ridiculous. I get it, but they did not suspect Derek Pedrin because he was in jail the night his son passed away. And unfortunately, the blunt force trauma injuries, which I don't know why they included those in the autopsy as partial. I guess they included them because he had those injuries on his body. But at the end of the day, the Xanax was what killed him. The injuries, we don't know how long those injuries were on his body. So why they included those as part of the death, I don't know. Because we don't know how long the injuries were on his body. It's not like he was just beaten to death. So I don't know. I think it's really sad. That's what eliminates Derek.
Lieutenant, is it a crime to threaten to kill somebody?
If they're intending to, yes. If they've made, I guess, other motions to add, just not the statement, no.
If it's a true threat, it is indeed a crime. Is that correct?
If they have a way of doing it, yes.
And would you agree with me that if witnesses in your investigation threaten to kill somebody, that should be investigated?
It should be looked at, yes, if it's credible.
Is it a crime, Lieutenant, for witnesses to tell others not to comply with a defense lawyer's subpoena?
Objection. This is vague.
No, sustain.
It is intimidation of a witness is a crime. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. This is also vague. Who's doing it? When? Where?
Okay.
We don't need an education on the statutes.
Is it a crime for Mr. Pedrin to tell his ex-girlfriend, Misty Craig, that she does not need to comply with a subpoena that was served on her to appear in court?
Objection. It calls for hearsay. Objection. Lack of foundation. Objection. No facts and evidence.
State just objected to not having details. The court's going to overrule the objection to allow him to ask the questions. Go ahead.
Would that be a crime, Lieutenant?
If it can be proven, yes.
And is that something that should be investigated?
It should be looked into, yes.
is it a crime to tell a witness, or for Mr. Pedrin to tell a witness that if she cooperated with the defense, he would kill her, cut off her head, and give it to her mother in a box?
Objection, this calls for hearsay. No evidence.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna just sustain the objection. It is hearsay, allowed it already. It's already noted a crime to threaten a witness. Go
Sure,
ahead.
sure. All right. In the course of the investigation that you were involved in, are you aware that a subpoena was issued for Jenna Love's prison records in Missouri?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're not going to subpoena records that you believe to be irrelevant, is that correct?
Correct.
You're aware that the return on that subpoena included hundreds of hours of recorded phone calls?
I'm not aware.
Is it your understanding, Lieutenant, at least to the extent that you were involved, that nobody listened to those recorded phone calls between Ms. Love and Mr. Pedrin?
Did I send the warrant? I don't believe I
I'm
did.
asking, did anybody listen to these phone calls if you're aware of it?
I'm not aware of phone calls, no.
Would you agree that if they were statements relevant to Alexavier's death in those phone calls, that they should be listened to and investigated?
Objection calls for speculation. He's not aware.
He's already said he's not aware, so let's
Sure.
move on.
All right.
Okay, I've got to know what the defense has coming out next week. What recordings? What vidges? What do they have? Because they seem to be revealing some of their case. They better have some vidges.
So, Lieutenant, you agree with me that when Josie turned over the passcode to her cell phone, that's not something that law enforcement is able to compel, her to speak the passcode out loud?
Correct.
So she did that voluntarily and willingly, correct?
Correct.
And that passcode unlocked her phone, is that correct?
It did.
Nothing further.
Thank
Let's
you.
take a break.
Jesus.
Before we go on, and I've been going a long time here. We've been
We're
going
good.
a long time, I should say. Let's take about a 10, 15-minute break. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you in a bit. Break, say 25 after.
Okay, so I will try to explain this case as best I can. It is a complete crap show. Josie Dikeman is on trial for her life. They are charging her with first degree, which obviously is premeditated, intentional homicide of her 6-year-old stepson. When I first heard about this and saw this, I thought this was going to be another Letitia Stout type of situation where she took her stepson's life, thinking, it was obvious. But as it turns out, and I still think that obviously she was the last person to see Alexavier alive. She I don't know who else could have done it. She's the grown up in the house. Alexavier was basically kind of, I guess, bed bound. He had a cast on his leg. He wasn't supposed to be putting any weight on it. And she calls 911 and says that he got into some pills and he was not waking up. He was non-responsive and he was in the floor, and she had tried CPR and could not revive him, and whatever. So the cops came, they tried to revive him. He was not in the floor, he was in the bed. They moved him from the bed to the floor, did CPR for a very long time, and they could not wake him, get him alive, whatever. But after they did the autopsy, they found out that he had numerous blunt force trauma wounds on his body. He even had a broken rib. And that he also, when they did a toxicology report on him, he had a lethal amount of Xanax in his body. So now she was the only adult at home. So it goes to logic that how else would this have happened other than her? Also, on all the body cam footage, she didn't seem very like, oh my God, is he okay? She wasn't freaking out. She wasn't any of that. She was just like, I don't know what happened. He gets up in the middle of the night. He, very Letitia Stalk-like, actually, because Letitia Stalk, as you remember, didn't show much emotion. She was just like, I don't know, it wasn't what happened. Da, 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 da. So it wasn't she wasn't concerned. But the defense obviously is trying to show what kind of relationship she was in. She was in a very abusive relationship with the father. The father is a horrific, horrific person. He tried to strangle her many times. He did strangle her many times, beat her many times. He was very abusive in front of the children. And abusive probably to the children. He was an alcoholic. He threatened a lot. There's video. The testimony was exhausting to watch. Him on the stand. The prosecution thought it was a good idea to put him on the stand and try to get ahead of all of his behavior and show that, yeah, he may not be a good guy and all, but he didn't have anything to do with the abuse or anything of his son. And yeah, he may not be a good guy and all, but, he didn't have anything to do with all of this. And yeah, he may have bashed her head in the wall a few times, but he didn't have anything to do with this. And he didn't lay a finger on Alex. So they made him look like he was, yeah, maybe he drank a little bit, and maybe he was arrested a lot, and maybe he spent a lot of time in jail. But he didn't have anything to do with this. But the saddest part is that the night that Alexavier died, the cops were at their house doing a welfare check on Alexavier, because the baby mama family did not like Josie, the woman on trial, didn't like Derek, and they kept sending CPS out, the cops out, constantly checking on Alexavier. And the cops were there. They saw this child. They saw him laying on the love seat in a cast, covered up with a blanket. He was covered, half his face covered, and he had a cut on his head. And the cop is shining the light on him and is like, what's up with that cut on his head? What's going on there? How'd that happen? The whole time in the body cam footage, questioning what the heck is up with this big gash on his head. How did that happen? Where did he get it? What's going on with that? All of this time in the body cam footage, what happened to him, and asking Alexavier, like, where does it hurt? what happened to you? What's going on? And Alexavier the whole time is like knocked out, like can't talk, can't function, is groggy, half asleep, half, and Josie the whole time is like, take the flashlight off of him. He doesn't want to be bothered. He's afraid, this, that, and the other. And the cop leaves the room. And then the cop goes back to the room and is like, hey, I just got to check on him one more time. Just let me check on him one more time. He's like, I won't shine the flashlight on him. But he does notice a bruise on him and is like, hey, what's up with this bruise? And he does see the cast on him. But still, they don't take the kid. They don't say, all right, now I've seen the gash on his head. Now I see a bruise on his leg. And he's got a cast on his leg. Maybe this is three things. Still don't see a reason to have a concern. All they're there for, they say, is to do a welfare check on Alexavier. But at the end of the day, they just end up taking Derek to jail. So that's their biggest concern, is taking Derek to jail. So that's what they end up doing, is they find him in the house, they take him to jail, and that's it. And then they get on the stand, and they literally say on the stand, after all of that, on the body cam, they're so concerned about this gash on Alexavier's head. But on the stand, they say, according to my years of experience and my time as an officer, and given my time that I have seen other wounds in the past, it appeared to me that gash injury on his head had been healed for quite some time. It seemed days old at the very least. Say what, meow? Say what, meow? Like, you was on that video the whole time, like, what the heck happened to his head? How did he get that gash on his head? Where did he do that? What happened? What happened to him? Where does it hurt? Tell me where it hurts. It's because they're like, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Because they were literally just there. They were there. And they didn't do anything. They did nothing. And I don't know who gave the kid the Xanny. I don't know who did it. Obviously duh. I don't know who did it. She's saying all he took was melatonin. Bitch, please. How much Xanax did you give this kid? I don't know. I can't excuse the Xanax. I cannot do it. There's no rhyme or reason to the Xanax. That's how he ended up dying, is the lethal amount of Xanax in his body. So, but one of the coroner's people put on the death certificate that he died by homicide by violent blunt force trauma. It was bad, like that. It was a very bad description. And so that made things look worse. That makes things look much worse. But again, I don't know how old these blunt force trauma wounds are on him. We don't know how long they've been there. But clearly, and also again, they're saying that one of the kids is Major is a very violent child, very rough. Apparently is mean, plays rough. And keep in mind, at the time in this household, there were 5 to 6 kids at a time in this house. And then they would go over to other people's houses, go to other different grandma's houses, aunts' houses. And then Derek, since then, has had more children with other baby mamas. He's also married to Laura Lee, who was Josie's best friend. And he's dating, it's weird. He's dating another woman named Misty, who he's had a child with. If these people weren't from Wisconsin, I would almost dare say they're from Alabama, because this is the white trashiest of trashiness. And I can't say enough. If you look in the gallery, these people are wearing hoodies to court. I swear, I don't know who told them that it was appropriate to wear hoodies to court, but that's what they're wearing to court. I'm in the comfort of my own cloffice, so I can wear what the frick I want to in here. But when you go to court, you should dress appropriately. But I guess they don't have the right clothes to wear to court, and they're wearing hoodies. And literally, that must be all they own, because like everybody's wearing hoodies. It is appalling. Also, apparently, Alexavier's favorite color was red. So there's been a concerted effort for everybody to wear red. Even the prosecutor was wearing red. And this has been very biased to the jury. I'll just have you know. So it's been very bad for Josie. Josie is going to be found guilty. It's not good. I've been in other chat rooms and I've seen that other chat rooms really, really hate her. They do not like her at all. Never mind that she has been severely abused. Obviously, I guess she was with him for 8 years. 8 years, y'all. That's insane. But they did have kids together. I mean, and if you're in an abusive relationship, I mean, I can't call it. That's just what you do. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you just stay. When you have kids, you stay in these terrible relationships. It's awful. And then also, I'll have you know, she has not seen or been able to talk to her children for 3 years. The father has turned her children against her. They don't even call her mom. The children were on the stand, and they literally called her Josie. It is so heartbreaking and heart-wrenching and sad. Now, again, she was the last adult to see Alex. She was the last person to have anything to do with this child. So I believe both parents should be in prison. I believe both parents are disgusting humans. I think he is a very disgusting human, especially because he's just disgusting. I mean, and his whole family is he's just disgusting. She's definitely an abuse victim, but again, it's I feel terrible for the kids. I feel so bad for the kids that the cycle will not be broken. It's not going to be broken. And if you heard those kids on the stand, all I can think of, you're just making future. It's just sad. It's sad. And look. Hoodie. It's a hoodie. This guy has worn nothing but hoodies to court every day. I swear he owns nothing but hoodies. These people. Oh my gosh. Like, what the? Oh, see, she's wearing red. I'm telling you, you're going to see red in the gallery because that's what they're doing on purpose. They do it on purpose. Red. There's another hoodie. See, they're all wearing hoodies. Oh my gosh. It's like they own nothing else. And she is out on bond. But she's going to go to prison. I have no doubt. I mean, Jenny, it's not really about pride. It's like when you're so beat down and you're in such an abusive relationship, and when you have kids, she didn't work. She took care of all of his kids and her kids. He worked. And also I didn't mention he had the same job. He still has the same job for 17 years. Like, who the hell has that? Who's keeping him employed for that long, going in and out of jail? Who is giving you a job? But he still has the same job for 17 years. And he's just out and about procreating and doing his thing. I don't get it. I don't get it. He's just able to get away with everything. And the very state that has been putting him in and out of jail is the very state that has given him a free pass to do whatever he wants right now. They made a deal with the devil to
defendant's return that mentioned Xanax was on the defendant's phone, correct?
Objection mischaracterizes the question and the response.
Was it mischaracterized? Yeah.
Overruled.
You're aware that there's a message on the defendant's phone mentioning Xanax, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that there's a message on the defendant's phone to her own mother, asking her own mother if her own mother wants to try Xanax, correct?
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
if that's in my report, yes.
If that's in the investigation, then you have no reason to doubt that. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you confirmed already the defendant does not have a prescription for Lazepam or Xanax, correct?
Correct.
If the defendant sent that text message to her mother, that text message would indicate that the defendant possesses Xanax, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Does that question suggest that the defendant has Xanax?
Objection argumentative.
Not argumentative.
what the? This guy's a
Question
weasel.
is that whether she asked her mom if she wanted to try Xanax?
If the message says, "Do you want to try Xanax?" that message presumes the defendant has Xanax to share, correct?
You'd assume that, yes.
Okay. And the defendant doesn't have a prescription for Xanax, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of Miss Ehlers, the defendant's mother, having a prescription for Xanax either, correct?
I don't know. No.
You were asked the definition of a drug dealer before when you were talking about text messages from Mr. Pedron's phone.
Yes.
If you are giving medication that you don't have a prescription for to another person that does not have a prescription for that, that's also the definition of a drug dealer, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you're getting hydro pills from your mother and you don't have a prescription for that, that would also be the definition of a drug dealer, right?
Objection beyond the scope of cross argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
That would also meet the definition of a drug dealer, correct?
It would.
And if there's text messages between the defendant and her mother, where the defendant is expressing that she has oxy pills and she's about to have surgery and asking her mother if she wants those pills, that would also meet the definition of someone who's a drug dealer. Isn't that correct?
Objection, facts not in evidence, hearsay beyond the scope of the other act's motion, relevance, argumentative.
Let's move on. You made your point. Go ahead.
And you yourself did not perform the full analysis of this phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said that at some point in time you had surgery
Yes.
and then you were also promoted. Is that correct?
No.
Lieutenant of patrol,
In June of 2024.
June of 2024, you became the lieutenant of patrol.
Yes.
Okay. You also referenced at some point that you were no longer on this case. Is that true?
Correct.
And you referenced that being as a result of the prosecution.
Yes.
Okay. I was not on that case at that point in time, correct?
Correct.
You and I, in fact, just met this week.
Correct.
The defense talked about some of the concerns relative to this case. You went to high school with the defendant's mother. Is that correct?
I did not.
You did not? You've known the defendant's mother for a long period of time?
I ran track, which is hard to believe, but yes, I knew her through, I believe she went to La Crescent High School.
Okay.
So,
I
That's
ran
how you
track
knew the
too,
defendant's mother. I apologize. I got that
for
wrong.
like 5 seconds.
I ran track too. May also be hard to believe. So, and you've known the defendant through past interactions. Is that correct?
a couple times, yes.
And through those interactions, you know the defendant has had struggles with pain.
Objection,
right?
Judge.
Yeah.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Move to strike. Jury to disregard.
If someone else performed a full phone extraction and an analysis of the phone, that person would be the best person to testify as the results of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were also asked during cross-examination about a number of things that the defendant said on the morning of February 11th, 2023, that according to the defense were truthful. Do you remember that?
Yes.
They provided a whole list of things that they said, according to them, proved to be truthful, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things the defense did not list in the litany of things that they said proved to be truthful was the defendant's statement that Alexavier slept from 5 p.m. to 7 to 8:30 p.m., correct?
Correct.
They did not provide that one to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, if the medical examiner says that the injuries were inflicted that evening or the next morning, and the only other adult in the home was removed during the time frame that the defendant says that Alexavier was asleep, that leaves one person and one person only, according to your investigation, that could have inflicted the injuries. Isn't that right?
Objection, argumentative, assumes facts not in evidence, mischaracterizes the testimony of Dr. Quentin.
Overruled because the defense has already brought up the issue of the theory of the investigation. Go ahead.
This is according to the theory of the case. The defendant told you that Alexavier was asleep from 5 to 7 to 7:30, correct?
Correct.
And you know as a fact, based on the information you have from your department, that Mr. Pedrin was arrested during that time frame.
Yes.
You also know from the investigation from your department that Deputy Kernine laid eyes on Alexavier.
He did.
And he observed him to only have one slight injury above the eye,
Yes.
and he also observed him to be sleeping, correct?
Correct.
And you also are aware that Kernine had that interaction with the defendant present, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant reported no concerns to Deputy Kernine.
Correct.
And you're aware that after that, Mr. Pedrin was removed from the home.
Yes. A short time after that.
And you're aware, based on your investigation on the morning of February 11th, 2023, that Mr. Pedrin remained in jail that whole time
Yes.
because you had to have people notify him in the jail.
Correct.
You found out that his family met with him in the jail.
Yes.
And you yourself called the jail to have a conversation with him
Yes.
multiple times.
Yes.
And all that information, plus the information from the medical examiner, leads to only one person that could have inflicted those injuries. Isn't that right?
Objection, argumentative, calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustain.
Is that your theory of the case?
Objection,
Allow him to ask if that was his theory.
Is that your theory of the case?
That's what I was told. Yes.
And the theory of your department, correct?
The department. Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the DNA report that you were shown. The DNA report that you were shown does not exclude Ms. Dikeman, does it?
Does not.
Okay, there was not a comparison made of Ms. Dikeman's DNA, was there?
Was not.
Okay, and so if there was a representation made that the DNA testing in this case excluded Ms. Dikeman, that would not be a true representation.
objection, argumentative.
I'll withdraw.
Overruled. Go ahead.
This attorney's so
The
aggressive.
pill bottle that was recovered from the scene was Ms. Dikeman's pill bottle, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
The DNA testing that was being conducted in this case was for touch DNA, is that correct?
Yes.
all the pill bottles that were recovered in that bag were Ms. Dikeman's pills and pill bottles. Is that correct?
I didn't look through, I didn't look through all of them, so I'm not sure.
You don't know for sure.
I'm not sure.
Fair to say if it has her name on it and it's her pill bottle and it's a bag of her pill bottles and it's her purse, it's likely that her DNA is going to be found in that bag.
Should be,
It's not going to be an unexpected result.
correct.
And so DNA testing of the defense DNA provides little, if any, evidentiary value. Isn't that correct?
True.
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It's expected that her touch DNA would be there.
Assume it would be, yes.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 77. It's your report from February 11th, 2023. I just want you to review. I'm going to point to a line on page 4 of 9. It's the last paragraph.
I won't
that
be
starts
going
with
to the
"It should
islands
be."
anytime soon.
It's right there. It starts off with, "It should be." You just read that and let me know when you're done.
This guy is so aggressive. I swear. It's like he has something to prove.
Does reviewing your report, State's Exhibit 77, refresh your recollection regarding Deputy Jar and his handling of that pill bottle and what you observed on body cam?
Yes.
And what did you observe on body cam when you saw Deputy Jar handling that pill bottle?
He did not have gloves on.
He actually did not have gloves on, right?
Yes,
And so it may be expected that you would get his DNA on there as well, correct?
correct.
Or his fingerprints.
Possibly, yes.
You were asked questions about residue in the pill bottle, fair?
Yes,
You yourself did not examine the pill bottle for the inside, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know what kind of medication prednisone is and what kind of outside capsule it has?
I believe it's a childproof capsule.
You're talking about the bottle. I mean the pill. I
Oh,
apologize.
the pill? I
Judge,
recall.
I guess I'm going to object lack of foundation. Lieutenant Williams is not a pharmacist.
Yeah, he's not a pharmacist.
Ask him if he knows.
You can ask him if he knows, but
I believe it's a capsule.
The capsule.
Yes,
That capsule is not, that has a hard outside, correct?
correct,
And a hard outside pill capsule does not leave residue, does it?
correct.
Okay.
Prednisone doesn't always have a
And
heart. Is not
You don't
always
know
a
because you
capsule.
didn't expect it, whether or not there was even residue there, correct?
I wasn't aware of it until,
Defense counsel asked you a number of questions relative to what he referred to as pill fragments. Have you ever seen anything on a property report by the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office that refers to any little particles collected as pill fragments?
that was the first I heard it today.
Was him using that phrasing, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware of anyone in the department using the phrasing pill fragments other than his representation to you that there were pill fragments recovered?
like I testified to, I'd never heard of that until today.
Till today, from him.
Correct.
Same thing about the representations about Misty being threatened. Did you ever hear that today other than from him?
I believe there may have been something said about that, but I didn't hear the specific details. Or
You didn't hear the specific
words.
details?
Yeah,
And you don't know if that came from him originally?
Speculation.
Yeah, it just depends on the
I-
brand.
There's confusion about what his answer is. He said he heard not from Mr. Zacher, but from the investigation.
Did you hear from someone other than Mr. Zacher?
yes,
You know who that was?
I don't
Or
recall.
I'm thinking of
Do you know if that was
methylprednisone.
based on representations made during
No,
the trial?
it just
No.
depends on the brand.
You don't know that.
I used to be
I
a
do. It
pharmacy
was
technician, so
back during the investigation.
If there was follow-up done on that text message chain that Attorney Zacher showed you between Mr. Pedrin and someone else, you didn't do that, correct?
Correct,
You wouldn't have any knowledge of that, correct? Because you
Correct.
were no longer involved in the investigation?
correct.
And the text message exchange that you were shown, it didn't say what type of substance that individual was trying to receive, did it?
No,
The text message exchange also ended with the person saying, "That's a long 10 minutes, isn't it?"
yes,
Or something to that effect.
yes, something.
Meaning Mr. Pedrin didn't ultimately respond.
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You saw the text message exchange, correct?
Yes,
The last message indicated that that's a long 10 minutes, correct?
yes,
There was no message shown after that.
correct,
There's no exchange after that.
correct.
That is wild. Because they said it's the same thing that Gene Hackman and his wife died of. So weird.
You were asked about follow-up interviews of Mr. Pedrin. Is that true?
Yes,
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Pedrin was interviewed a number of times following February 11th, 2023.
yes,
Number of times by law enforcement.
multiple times, yes.
Cooperated with law enforcement.
Believe so, yes.
He's willing to answer questions of law enforcement during each one of those interviews.
Yes,
You're aware that forensic interviews were conducted in this case, aren't you?
yes,
In fact, you detailed the forensic interviews in your report, didn't you?
I did.
You know that in the forensic interviews that were conducted, that the children made allegations involving the defendant, correct?
Correct.
The children did not make allegations involving Mr. Pedrin, did they?
Objection, hearsay, and it's an issue for the jury to make that determination after hearing that testimony.
Yeah, forensic interviews are actually a hearsay exception, so, and he's seen them.
I'm overruling it because, go ahead. Overrule.
You're aware that the children made disclosures about the defendant, correct?
Yes,
And not Mr. Pedrin, correct?
correct.
They made allegations of the defendant engaging in choking, correct?
Yes,
They made allegations of the defendant hitting.
yes,
He also said that the children were being brainwashed.
And that was done 2 days after the initial on-scene investigation, isn't that right?
yes,
Now, you're also asked some questions about Sharon Hellrude and some information that she provided to you, correct?
correct.
There was one phone message that you received from Sharon Hellrude before the initial forensic interview of Major, isn't that right?
Objection,
Yes.
leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
There's one phone message?
Yes,
Okay. And in that phone message where Ms. Hellrude shared concerns, none of those concerns were the topic of concern of the forensic interview of Major, isn't that right?
correct,
It had nothing to do with what was discussed in the forensic by Major
correct,
or what Major disclosed.
correct.
You talked about some inconsistencies between what the defendant reported on the morning of February 11th, 2023, and what your initial investigation showed. You recall that discussion with Attorney Zakar?
Yes,
One of the things you brought up was CPR. Explain the inconsistencies you saw between what the defendant said and what you observed relative to CPR and what you were told relative to CPR.
I had asked her if,
How is this relevant and how is this not argumentative and an issue for the jury?
What's the theory of the case?
Well, it was brought up by the defense also. Let's open the door. Go ahead.
I had asked her specifically if it was black in color, because that's what I was told by the responding officers. She clarified it was white. So if CPR was started, then the black substance would have came up, which would most likely be dried blood.
You also saw the body cam of,
Objection, move to strike that last answer, speculation.
Sustain.
you saw the body cam of Deputy Jar?
Yes,
You saw how quickly the black substance came up? You
Oh my
observed it came up before
gosh.
he even started.
Again.
yes,
And Ms. Dikeman, the defendant told you she performed CPR for 10 minutes.
yes,
And Deputy Jar didn't even perform CPR and it started coming up.
correct.
You don't
The defendant
know.
also told you that Alexavier's body was on the floor, correct?
Yes,
Told that on the 911 call
yes,
multiple times.
yes,
His body was on the bed.
yes.
Oh my gosh. You don't what if it was white when she was doing CPR though? That is not fair.
Something else I wanted to ask you about, Lieutenant. Just give me 1 minute. I apologize. I remember. Was one of the other inconsistencies the defendant saying that she was looking for Alexavier that morning?
Yes,
The defendant, in fact, according to your phone examination, was texting people at 9:07 a.m.
correct.
And the phone call to her mother is after around 9:21.
Yes,
Phone call to 911 is 9:25.
yes,
And she told you in your interview that when she woke up, she was looking for him, correct?
correct.
She said she slept in the same room as him,
You did.
that he was right next to her.
Yes,
According to her, his body was on the floor.
yes. Would have been 4 feet.
And she said she was looking for him.
Yes,
Thank you, Lieutenant. That's all I have.
Thank you. You are a, of course.
Lieutenant, I want to start with the text message that you referenced about Josie's mother, or Josie contacting her mother asking if she wanted to try a Xanax. Do you recall that question?
Yes,
You recall what date that text message was from?
I do not.
I told you that it was July 6th of 2021. Does that sound familiar?
It's probably accurate.
Approximately in the range of about a year and a half or more before Alex died.
Yes,
And you have no idea what Josie's apparent source of Xanax was at that point. Is that correct?
correct.
You have no idea if it was Mr. Pedron offering Xanax to members of the family. Is that correct?
It's answered. I don't know who she would have gotten it from.
But with respect to Mr. Pedron, you don't know that. Is that
I
correct?
do not know that.
So, as I understood your theory on my cross-examination initially was that you weren't on the case long enough to really form a theory. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
The theory that Mr. Torbenson just read to you, is that something that you're hearing for the first time here today?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. And it's not a theory that you formed or were working on in the course of this investigation. Is that correct, Lieutenant?
I testified to there was inconsistencies that I thought
Sure.
that led to it. Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the DNA comparison here. The only reason that that bottle was sent into the state crime laboratory would have been for forensic testing to see who handled it. Is that a fair assumption?
That's incorrect. It would be sent because there was like I said, like I heard today, there was a substance in it to determine what the substance was.
Okay. Sure, and that's something that should have happened, correct, Lieutenant?
See what the substance was. Correct.
And you were asked some questions about prednisone. I'm going to ask you, are you a pharmacist?
I'm not, but my son had prednisone, and
Are you aware, Lieutenant, that drugs are produced in many different formulations and by many different companies?
not prednisone. No.
Your testimony that
Yes,
prednisone
it
in
is.
one format and no other pills.
That's what I'm familiar with.
The
But it could-
prednisone that your son took, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea what prednisone looks like from all of the major drug makers who produce it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no idea if prednisone comes in tablets, capsules, or other formats. Is that correct?
I do not know that.
And you mentioned that you weren't aware of any residue on my cross-examination. Is that correct?
Any residue
In the
You
pill
would-
bottle.
you had brought that up.
I brought it up. Yep.
I was not aware of that.
So like your testimony on cross-examination was that it was sent in to determine whether or not somebody had handled the bottle. Is that correct?
Like I said, I didn't send it in. I didn't fill out the transmittal. There's a transmittal you have to fill out with your probable cause and explain what you're looking for. I don't know what that said.
So if somebody had sent the pill bottle in for testing of the substances inside, you would expect the crime lab to follow through and do that. Is that fair to say?
I'm not a pharmacist, but I'd assume they'd probably test that substance before or besides just the touch DNA.
No, I'm asking, would you assume that the crime laboratory would test it for substances if that's what was indicated on the request form?
Yes, I'd assume they'd do that
Sure.
either way.
And can we assume from the fact that we only received a DNA report back that that's what the crime lab did with this bottle?
I'd be assuming, yes.
Sure. Now, in terms of the bottle itself, Lieutenant, if you're looking to see who handled this bottle, there's absolutely no reason not to get a swab from Ms. Dikeman if she's the suspect. Is that correct?
There wouldn't be much of a reason if it's her pill bottles. She would have already touched it. That's assumed.
Well, you got a swab from Alexavier.
Because that's what we do in murder investigations is we assume.
Because we were trying to prove that he didn't touch the bottle.
And the DNA on the bottle did come back to Alexavier. Is that correct?
I'd have to see it again, but I believe so, yes.
Now, Lieutenant, if you're trying to rule out other sources or transfer DNA, it'd be easy to get a control swab from others who may have touched or handled that bottle. Is that fair?
Can you repeat your question?
If you're trying to rule out either transfer DNA or contamination, you can get a control swab from anybody who touched that bottle. Is that correct?
You could, but in a case like we've had before, if an item's touching the ground, there could be several people in and out of that house. So that'd be,
So if
Would
there's
do
a
that.
concern about Deputy Jar touching the bottle, you could ask him to provide a control sample to rule him out as a source of some of this unknown DNA. Is that correct?
yes.
Nobody did that. Is that correct?
I don't know if there was any unknown DNA found on that bottle.
And if you wanted to rule out Mr. Pedrin as a source of this DNA, you could have asked him for a control swab. Is that correct?
Like I said, I don't know if there was any undetermined DNA on that bottle. I believe it just showed Alexavier.
Now, Lieutenant, if the report that you reviewed indicated that there were a mixture of at least one other unknown male on that bottle, is that something that you recall reviewing?
I'd have to look at it again, but if you're saying,
One of our most recent ones.
Oh, you left it.
Page 260. Why don't you flip to page 2 for me? Just review that.
okay,
Is that a refresh your recollection?
yes,
And does it appear to you that a mixture of at least two unknown males was present on the swabs from the pill bottle?
there's at least two males. It doesn't say unknown.
Sure. And we don't know who the at least one other male would be, correct?
Correct. If the pill bottle was on the ground, could be multiple people coming in and out of the house.
So let me get this straight. The pill bottle was sent in for DNA comparison to see whether or not Alexavier had touched the bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was no attempt to identify the source of any of the other DNA found on that bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
You agree that you're familiar with the process for seeking out a search warrant for third-party suspects in cases like this?
I've never done that. No.
You agree that you're familiar with how to apply for a search warrant for somebody's DNA?
Yes.
And you agree that that didn't happen with respect to Mr. Pedrin?
If you're saying so, yes.
All
But
right,
why
so,
would they?
I'm
He was in jail.
quick here, but I have a couple of photos here. So,
They're not going to consider him because he was in jail.
it's been marked as Exhibit 263. Does this appear to be an interior view of the prednisone bottle that was recovered?
All I can tell is it's a picture of a bottle. I can't say for sure that's the same bottle, but if you're saying it is,
When a bottle like that is recovered from a crime scene, it remains in the evidence locker, is that correct?
yes,
And you're aware that those materials are available to inspection by the defense team?
yes.
Offer 263.
These two attorneys are sword fighting.
Objection.
If you know what I mean.
It is. I don't think he says that's the pill bottle that was recovered. He just says it's a pill bottle.
Sure, and I have another.
Oh, it's funny. They are.
I'll be received conditionally. Go ahead.
All right. So, Lieutenant, I've got a zoomed in view of this bottle here. Do you recall your testimony on cross-examination or on redirect that in your experience, prednisone would be pill capsules that don't leave residue?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that on this particular image there appears to be visible whitish residue?
yes, but people put multiple pills in other pill bottles that they carry around.
Yep.
So,
And I agree with you on that. Without testing what that residue is, Lieutenant, you can't tell us exactly what that would have been. Is that fair to say?
correct.
You can't tell us who would have put that substance into that pill bottle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I assume that you've investigated cases where people who are selling or using drugs will actually use a legal pill bottle to control or conceal a concealed or a controlled substance.
Multiple times, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all keep watching. I have an appointment I have to go to.
Then I'm showing you 264. Does that appear to be a view of a similar or the same looking pill bottle from the previous image?
Yes, yes.
And who is that? What does the prescription label on that say?
For Josie Dikeman, looks like quantity of 12 for prednisone.
Okay. Appears consistent with the other half of the bottle that I showed you previously.
That's the same bottle. I can't say that.
No objection.
263 and 64 will be received fully.
So, Lieutenant, do you recall discussing on scene with other investigators the fact that possible pill fragments were recovered?
Can you repeat that?
Do you recall on February 11th discussing with other investigators about possible pill fragments being located on the pillow of the bed?
I don't remember that.
Sure. You agree that if those fragments or that material were collected, law enforcement would have had a good reason to do so?
Yes,
You're not going to collect something that's not evidence?
I disagree with that. We collect a lot of things that are not evidence, but we assume it might be needed.
Sure. You agree that you never interviewed Misty Craig, is that correct?
I don't recall who Misty Craig is.
Do you recall whether any investigator while you were working on this case interviewed Misty Craig?
I can't answer that.
Sure. Do you agree, investigator, that you have no idea if there was a phone call or social media message that followed up after that text exchange on February 9th that we were just talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The scripts text where Mr. Pedrin was asked for scripts. You agree that you don't know whether or not Mr. Pedrin had followed up with a phone call, a social media message, or other form of contact?
I don't know.
Is it cooperative with law enforcement if a suspect or witness refuses to allow you access to your cell phone?
Can you read?
Is it considered cooperation if a suspect or person of interest refuses to allow law enforcement to access their cell phone?
Objection is beyond the scope of redirect.
Overruled.
Would it be cooperation if they refuse?
If they
Probably not.
refuse to allow law enforcement access to their cell phone?
People have rights, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily not cooperating, but yes,
The only person that granted you access to their cell phone in this case was Ms. Dikeman. Is that right?
that's the only one I asked.
And Mr. Pedrin, to your knowledge, never authorized law enforcement to examine his cell phone.
I can't answer that.
Ms. Dikeman did not tell you how long she was looking for Alexavier on the other side of the bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Alex would have been on the opposite side of the bed where Josie was sleeping. Is that correct?
in the left-hand side. I believe it's a queen size bed.
Sure. I think we're all ready for lunch. That's all I have for you, Lieutenant.
Oh my gosh. Any
redirect-
further questions?
Quickly.
One
It
more.
doesn't take 13 minutes to search a bedroom when you're on the other side of the bed, does it?
A very small room.
Yeah. The DNA results that you were shown, we already know that Alexavier is a likely contributor for one of the male DNAs, right?
Yes,
And the report says 2 male individuals.
yes,
And we also know that Deputy Jar touched the bottle
yes,
and handled the bottle, correct?
Correct.
We also know the bottle was moved from the floor to the bed, correct?
Correct.
Where there could be multiple other individuals' DNA also on the bed,
multiple.
correct?
Correct.
All of that can have an impact on the DNA, correct?
Correct.
Including Mr. Pedrin if he slept in the bed.
Hello.
Yes,
You were asked about the text message from Ms. Dikeman to her mother referencing Xanax from July of 2021, correct?
correct.
That doesn't mean that's the only day she ever used or possessed Xanax, is it?
Probably not.
It just means that's the day that we have a message demonstrating Xanax, correct?
Yes,
You were also asked about residue and shown photographs of what the defense purports to be residue on a pill bottle. You're not aware of what the crime lab needs in terms of the quantity or amount of something to test it, correct?
correct.
All right, if that's residue, that's really trace minor amounts, is that correct?
It is.
And it would be the crime lab would be in the best position to say whether or not that could even be tested, isn't that right?
Yes, they would most likely call back or send an email. Is there something else you want done with this?
They would be the professionals to ask those questions, not you.
Correct.
Agreed?
Agree.
Agreed. Thank you. Let's have lunch.
Wait, can't jump to it that quick. Recross?
Very, very briefly. So, Lieutenant, the DNA report that you reviewed said that there were a mixture of at least 2 males. Is that correct?
Yes,
Implying that there could be more than that. Is that fair?
correct.
Ms. Dikeman did not tell you that she searched for 13 minutes for Alexavier. Is that correct?
He was looking for him. That's all
She
she
said
said.
that she was looking for him, right?
Correct.
And didn't define how long she was looking for him, correct?
Yes,
And in your capacity as an investigator, you've sent in small samples of alleged drugs to the state crime lab on a regular basis. Is that correct?
yes,
And you can send in, incredibly small samples of suspected methamphetamine, fentanyl, or other substances in order to have it tested. Is that correct?
not necessarily. Usually it's about a gram we send in. So if we have 50 grams, we're not sending 50 grams in. We'll just send a gram in.
And I assume that you've sent in gem bags or other packaging containers with residue to see what was in there before, correct?
Yes,
You're aware that the crime lab has that capability then?
yes,
Now, the report that we reviewed indicates that investigators were asked for more samples to compare to the unknown DNA. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at the report. I don't remember seeing that.
Still have it in front of you. Go ahead and take a look.
Where would that be?
Page 2 towards the bottom there, bold.
Yes, it does say.
It
say that.
indicated that please submit additional samples for DNA comparison. Is that correct?
What it says, please submit appropriate biological standards from any individuals thought to be involved for further DNA interpretations to be made.
To your knowledge, nobody submitted those appropriate standards?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
For the purposes used.
I think 260 was received already. Okay, any objection to it being received now?
For the limited purposes that it was used in this case.
Okay, will be received for those limited purposes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Any other questions?
I do, but I think it is lunchtime and I will handle them with another witness.
Okay. All right, you're done with your testimony? Is he relieved from the subpoena?
Your Honor, I would ask that Sergeant Williams, or we're going to maintain our subpoena,
Okay.
but
just-
I'm not going to require his presence.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Lieutenant again, sorry.
So we'll take a break for lunch. We'll start back up, let's say 20 after 1, give you a little bit more time. also give us some time. Again, if you need something, let us know. We'll go from there. Thank you for bearing with us, going a little late. Go on the record quickly here for a second. Okay. Can I ask the attorneys, I know there's technical objections left and right, but if you know the evidence is coming in anyway, we can speed it up. There's ways to come to an agreement about how things come in, et cetera. I mean, can we have another discussion between the two parties to see if there's a way we can streamline this even a little bit more? Though the other thing is that, and this is real, if you know you're going to use two photos, get them both marked and bring them both in. Let's try to figure out ways to make this move forward. It seems like there's a lot of technical objections that are going on right now. And I think a lot of times you're right, but a lot of times we're at a point where, you know, I'm not sure it's all that important to be objecting to certain minor things or not. I mean, I'm relying on you, but at the same time, if there's a way we can speed this up, please speed it up. Seems like we waste a lot of time just waiting for things to get marked, to have the exact same information to get in that was objected to only moments ago. So having said that, tried to, I mean, we have lunch. Who's next? Can I ask?
I think it will be medical professionals regarding the broken leg.
So whatever doctor was dealing with that,
It'll be nurses and other medical professionals, yeah.
nurses and other medical professionals.
I don't think it's a doctor this afternoon. I think it'll be a doctor tomorrow, but I need to go back and check.
Okay, okay. Okay, I just want to try to get state's case over with tomorrow,
Me
if
too.
possible. All right, be back here at, let's say 10 after, or let's say quarter after, we'll start up at 12:20.
Have this in the text message. He's in so much trouble right now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You get Mark?
I'm talking about the
Oh.
77 that was under the onion.
Oh, I didn't move it in, did I? Just used it.
I still have to put it in there though.
Oh,
Put it
sorry.
in there.
This one. That's it.
I don't
I
want
was
to be.
trying, actually.
Don't walk away with it.
Okay, so
I was
that
trying to
was
get Emily to get me
77
kicked off.
student. That one was 77. So we're on 78.
Yeah.
And then I do this.
Yes, we haven't gotten there yet.
I love them.
That was supposed to be like 4 days ago, but we're getting there.
I know. It's fine. You can see. I can. I do the just the way that it is.
Are we about to come back? What did everybody have for lunch? I had a therapy session, so I didn't have lunch yet. I'm about to eat. Are we about to come back? Mac and cheese. Now. That clearly I messed up. I forgot how to cook microwave mac and cheese. I messed that up. So it is cold. What the heck? Okay, so I missed the last part, but it was just like what recross on the recross on the recross. So I still have yet to see any real evidence other than process of elimination. She was the last person to see Alexavier alive. She was the only adult in the house. Okay, we're coming back. Oh, that explains it. Is that a boy or a girl? Oh. Sorry. What time they say they were going to be back? So I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Oh, wait. No, I am going to be here tomorrow. Oh. Smack. Yes, I am. Totally forgot. Man, I swear, if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous. I'd rule the world. I really, really would. Eventually, people will start watching this channel again. I don't know when, but I'm thankful to have my ever faithful Gwen and Jenny. The two people who have never left this channel. So they are hinging their investigation on what color the foam was that came out of his mouth and whether or not he was in the floor or on the bed. Those are her inconsistent statements. Never mind that he overdosed on Xanax and she was the only adult in the house. I mean, it couldn't possibly be that. It couldn't possibly be that she had something to do with it because she was the adult. I mean, I don't understand how they're going to say that white foam, black foam, her statements were inconsistent. Yee. Yeah. I didn't. Oh, is that the judge? I don't see the judge.
outside the door and then what?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Mike was hilarious when it came to that. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let me know when you're all ready. Pretty good? Okay. All right, let's go on the record. I hope you all had a good lunch. Anything we need to bring up before we bring the jury and Attorney Jovers?
No.
And can I ask who's the next person?
Amanda Hanson.
Amanda Hanson, okay. And state or defense ready to go?
Judge, there was one stipulated.
One thing.
Mr. Peterson, wondering if there's
We got one thing. See? Hoodie, 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 hoodie,
in mind if we full expert.
hoodie.
I don't mind doing it, but just as long as it's a recognition that it's something that would be their time that's happening on our time.
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Golowicki is going to testify, I believe, tomorrow morning, and it might be good to play it either before or after that testimony.
Yeah, with that understanding, I think we can. Rocky.
Okay.
And I think that for the, yeah, let's do it.
Hoodie.
The testimony today is going to involve Amanda Hanson and then two medical professionals, a physical therapist, Ashley Smith and Kim Balcars, who's a nurse. The first one's at Mayo, and then after Alexavier is transferred to Gunderson, the other two are from Gunderson. I don't anticipate being very long. Hopefully that proves to be true. And maybe we can fit some stipulations. There's another forensic that I think we're all stipulating to. Maybe we can fit that in this afternoon too.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we'll figure it out. I mean, it's all our time no matter what, but I understand. I don't count time against each other, but.
But I am counting time.
Can I just, one thing I've noticed, and I know it's not with the medical folks, maybe somebody's going to do this at a later time with investigator. I think I don't know. I'll just say this. The housing configuration is confusing. And I don't know if anybody's ever going to put in like a diagram of the house at some point.
So Ms. Rue did prepare, not only do we have a diagram and a layout of the house, but we do have the family flow chart of whose children are whose and.
That'll come in through investigator Hannah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's just, I think we talk about these rooms and I don't know if people understand what the configuration of the rooms are, especially on the first floor, not the second floor as much, but the first floor. But we'll get to that.
I guess the other thing I could put on the record, since we're discussing outside the presence of the jury, is we attempted to have Jalen Barnes testify, who's another one of the children, this morning. She expressed some distress with regards to that. there are two things that she would have testified to if we were calling her to testify. The first would be that she was not in the residence on the evening of, and then she wasn't in the residence a lot. She was in and out and living in other places. The second thing that we were to have her testify to, we met with her with an investigator. She talks about the horse situation from the birthday party. She references that as being an accident in her interview, and she's very clear that that was an accident. I bring this up because she is expressing she feels very torn between all of the families involved. She doesn't want to come in for that reason and testify. If there's any way we can reach a stipulation regarding those two facts, I'm throwing that out there now so that there can be a discussion about it. I'm not asking for an answer now.
Okay, something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put on the record that we were aware that there was a meeting with law enforcement and maybe members of the state with Jalen while she was placed with Laura Lee Rains, and we have not received any discovery or statements or police reports or anything documenting what she proposed during that exchange. So obviously, I would maintain the same discovery objection. Should she be called to testify and offer statements that are inconsistent with what she said before.
Okay. Talk to each other. Maybe there's a report. I don't know. I don't know if there ever is or isn't. Might surprise most of the public, but judges are sort of left in the dark a lot of times about what's going on with discovery and stuff. All right. Having said that, can we bring the jury in then?
Yes, I believe so.
From the state or defense, jury can be brought in? Yep. All right, let's bring the jury in. Everybody may have a seat. Just a small housekeeping matter for all you here in the jury. I know it's been a long 2 weeks. You can, if you talk as a group, we have to keep the group that's outside. If you wanted to take a walk a couple blocks, you're welcome to do that. But you have to sort of agree to keep together. That's our only issue. We'll just let the consensus go from there. But I sort of wanted to say that because I know you feel like, oh wait, we can't do anything. We can't do anything at all. You can relax, and we want you to be able to do that. So I wish we had a more relaxing room. We don't. It'd be nice if they made it about 10 square feet bigger, but it's not that big. Having said that, let's go on to the afternoon. Want to call your next witness.
State calls Amanda Hanson to the stand.
Love how he does this. Give me back my toys. It's my fire truck.
You solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amanda Hanson, Hanson.
Are you employed?
I'm employed by Mayo Clinic.
What is your role with Mayo Clinic?
I am a family nurse practitioner and a psychiatric nurse practitioner at Mayo Clinic.
How long have you worked in that capacity with Mayo?
I've been a family nurse practitioner with Mayo for 11 years and 4 years as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
I want to direct your attention to January 16th of 2023. Were you working in your capacity as a nurse with Mayo Clinic on that day?
I was.
Was a patient by the name of Alexavier Pedron admitted?
He was brought into the clinic.
He was brought into the clinic.
Mhm.
And was he brought into the clinic by Josie Dikeman?
He was.
What was Alexavier Pedron brought into the clinic for?
Right leg pain.
Right leg pain?
Mhm.
Were there tests done to examine the source of the right leg pain that Alexavier Pedron was experiencing?
Yes.
Was there ultimately a diagnosis of a fracture made?
Yes.
Was that to a fracture to his right femur?
Correct.
As part of your role in this case, did you gather a medical history regarding Alexavier and when he started suffering this leg pain?
I did.
Who did you gather that medical history from?
From both Alex and from Josie.
Was the medical history that you gathered from, you said both Alex and Josie?
Correct.
Was that gathered with both of them together at the same time?
Yes, they were in the same room.
Okay, let's talk about the gathering of that medical history. What was reported to you?
Initially,
I'm sorry, by the defendant, by Josie Dikeman.
by Josie, she said that he was accidentally thrown on the stairs by his sister.
Did the defendant say when the purported accidental fall was in relation to when he was being seen by you?
The day before.
The day before?
Mhm.
Okay. Did she report any other medical history regarding Alexavier and his leg pain?
Not that I recall.
Okay. You said you also talked to Alexavier, is that
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
I asked Alexavier what happened, and initially he told me that he fell down at school the day before. He slipped on the ice. And I clarified, I said, so you were at school the day before? Yes. And the day before was Sunday. So then he changed his story and said that his sister accidentally threw him down the stairs.
Did you notice anything with regards to Alexavier when he was making this report to you about how he hurt his leg?
Yes.
You do.
His voice was a little bit higher, and he continuously was looking at Josie. It seemed like for approval.
He's looking at the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. His initial report was a slip on the ice at school.
Correct.
Now, January 16th of 2023 would have been a Monday, is that correct?
I believe so. I would have to look at a calendar.
Okay. So the previous day would have been Sunday?
Correct. And that's what I had in my documentation.
Was there also a report of attending a birthday party at some point made by somebody?
Yes, I asked why they didn't come in right after the incident, and I believe it was Josie that said that they had a birthday party.
That they had a birthday party?
So that's,
The report of this birthday party also being the day before on Sunday?
I would have to check my documentation.
Would you recognize your documentation if you saw it in court today?
Yes.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 79. I'd ask you to review that. Let me know if you recognize that and when you're done reviewing it, please.
Yes, this is my documentation.
So this is the nurse practitioner that saw Alexavier after
Does
he
your documentation record when the report of
fell down the
birthday party was?
stairs.
My documentation says they did not bring him in yesterday because they had a birthday party.
And broke his
And
leg.
yesterday would have been a Sunday, correct?
Correct.
So the report to you is that a birthday party took place on a Sunday,
Correct.
and that's why he wasn't brought in on the Sunday?
Correct.
Okay. Did you make any observations with regards to Alexavier and the amount of pain that he was in?
Initially, when he came in, he was crying. I did document that he was easily distracted by a cell phone.
Easily distracted by a cell phone?
Correct.
That would have been provided to him by an adult?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did Alexavier's father arrive on scene?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I'm not sure what time in the appointment he arrived. He did not say anything while he was there.
Did you notice any difference in interaction between Alexavier's father and Alexavier and the defendant and Alexavier?
Objection relevance. It's the same.
Did the
I take it overruled. Go back. Go ahead.
Did you notice any difference between how the father interacted with
No
Alexavier
takesy
and how the
backsies.
defendant interacted with Alexavier?
From what I recall, the father didn't make any eye contact or speak while I was in the room.
Okay. And who were you dealing with predominantly when you were there?
Alex.
And who was doing all the communication in the room?
Alex and Josie and the children were communicating as well.
Okay. At some point during your meeting and your discussion with the defendant, did the defendant's tenor change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
His voice became high pitched when he was telling me about being thrown down the stairs accidentally. his story was inconsistent at first, and then he seemed to be looking to Josie almost for approval and made statements like, go ahead.
Strike. Sustained for part of the answer, which is
Okay.
Which part?
looking for approval.
Looking for approval. Okay. I think that already came in, but the statements that you're taking from Alexavier are for a medical history. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's to document how the injury happened and make a diagnosis relative to the injury. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. I think my question may have confused you a little bit because I was talking about the defendant and you were telling me what Alexavier said,
Okay.
who's the child. At some point, did the defendant's demeanor change during the course of your interactions with the defendant?
Yes, when we talked about admission.
When you talked about admission? You're
Yes.
shaking your head, yes?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
With his femur fracture, I had contacted Rochester Orthopedics, pediatric orthopedics, and they recommended that he be transferred to Rochester to basically fix the fracture. And when we talked about transferring, she became agitated.
She said, "We
Above
ain't
and
got
beyond
time for
the
that."
fracture that Alexavier had, did you note any injuries to the outside of his body?
According to my documentation, if I can just review that.
Yes, please. If that helps refresh your recollection.
On my exam, he had 2 old appearing scabbed areas on the right lateral eyebrow, which appeared old, but mom says they were from yesterday. And he also had light blue bruising to his left flank.
To his left flank?
Mhm.
Okay. Are you aware or not at the time that you were seeing Alexavier that there was some concern with the fracture being potentially an inflicted injury versus an accidental injury?
Can you clarify the question?
Yes. Was there some concern that the fracture that Alexavier suffered may have been caused by another person versus a fall?
Yes, there was concern.
Okay. And was that going to be examined further as well?
Yes.
And did that cause a change in the defendant's demeanor?
Yes.
There was a discussion about Child Protective Services?
Yes, I did notify them that I contacted police and child protective services as a mandatory reporter.
And that had an impact on the defendant's demeanor as well?
Yes.
Was Alexavier continued to be treated at Mayo or was he taken somewhere else ultimately?
He was ultimately transferred to Gunderson.
And do you know why he was transferred to Gunderson?
We could not sustain, or we could not get transportation to Rochester via ambulance.
Okay, and so he was taken to Gunderson for that potential purpose?
Correct.
All right. I would move State's Exhibit number 79 into evidence.
Objection. You received.
That's all the questions I have.
Oh, well, this is fast. Finally. But then the defense is going to ask her like umpteen thousand questions. And then the prosecution's going to have to ask her umpteen thousand questions in response. God, this guy's so weaselly looking. Do you remember what clothes they were wearing when they came in?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you work at Mayo, right, in Onalaska?
Correct.
You're a certified nurse practitioner in the Mayo Health System,
Correct.
and you are trained on Mayo's mission and values.
Correct.
Those values guide your clinical judgment. Fair?
Fair.
Those values guide how you assess a patient's care. Fair?
Fair.
Those values guide how you engage with a patient's family members.
Correct.
And in suspected abuse cases, you must balance child safety with avoiding false accusations, correct?
Correct.
False accusations can have devastating consequences, even if they're later found to be unfounded, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that you should not assume abuse before confirming facts, right?
Correct.
You should avoid letting bias influence medical judgment. Is that right?
Correct.
And Mayo's mission statement sets forth its core values: respect, integrity, compassion, healing, teamwork, innovation, excellence, stewardship. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
Respect, that means to treat patients and their families with dignity, correct?
Correct.
And integrity is defined as adhering to the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and personal responsibility. Fair?
Fair.
And medical staff at Mayo are always expected to demonstrate the highest standards of professionalism when they're working with patients and with their families. Fair?
Fair.
And medical staff at Mayo are always expected to treat patients with dignity and families as well, right?
Right.
Staff are expected to treat patients and their families with dignity, even if the staff has concerns about abuse in the home. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Because it's important to ensure that your patients are not, in fact, it's those situations, like that. Those
Objection.
situations require heightened professionalism and objectivity. Fair?
Fair.
Because it's
Wasting
important to ensure
time.
that your patients are not endangered by abuse. But it's also important to ensure that the parents of a patient are not falsely accused of abuse. Fair?
Fair.
And even just an accusation, as we've indicated, can ruin someone's life. Correct?
Correct.
So it's important to remain objective when assessing concerns for child abuse.
Correct.
It's important to approach every case where there is a concern for abuse without already having concluded that a particular parent has abused a child. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you helped coordinate the process of Alexavier being transferred from Mayo to Gunderson, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it was your testimony on direct that Josie became agitated or reacted negatively to the prospect of Alexavier initially going to Rochester. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Are you aware the family lives in the La Crosse area?
I am.
And Rochester is quite some distance away. It requires transportation, and there's a distance between those two locations, correct?
Correct.
So it would not be unreasonable to want Alexavier to go to a location that's closer to where they live. Fair?
Fair.
They could go visit him and things like that if he's hospitalized for a period of time. Correct?
Correct.
When you were coordinating the transfer process, you had several conversations with other medical providers at Mayo and Gunderson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And some of those conversations were over the phone. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And those phone conversations were recorded. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And one of those recorded calls includes a conversation you had with Dr. William Shaughnessy, or Bill Shaughnessy. You know him, right?
Not personally.
You've interacted with him,
Correct.
and you're a professional colleague of his.
Correct.
And you're aware that he's a pediatric orthopedic surgeon, correct?
Correct.
And the pediatric orthopedic surgeons are the ones who are the experts at diagnosing and treating ailments of the bone, including fractures.
Correct.
I'm going to read to you the following quote and ask you a question about it. The quote is, "There is a history of abuse. They never put her in jail, and she went on to have a lot of kids, so she's got 4 kids in the room with her today." Do you recall making that statement?
I do not recall that.
Would it help if you were to look at a transcript of your conversation with
It would.
Dr. Shaughnessy?
Dang. I mean, yeah, there is a history of abuse. Y'all should have had this ready. Why are you digging through your files? If you were going to bring this up, you should have had it out. Why are you digging? He was going to try to have a gotcha moment with the nurse practitioner.
Six five. Thank you.
This guy's geeky too.
I'm going to hand you an exhibit 265. And I'll give you this, and I can point to you where that page 4, I believe. And if you look, just review that page. And if you look at lines 174 through 183, that's the reference I'm talking about?
Judgy McJuggerson. I mean, it's kind of hard not to, because they opened the door. I mean, they got wild kids running around.
Ms. Hanson, have you reviewed the section I pointed you to? And does that refresh your recollection of that conversation?
It does.
Holy moly, she was like reading a novel.
That you stated, there was a history of abuse. They never put her in jail, and she went on to have a lot of kids, so she's got 4 kids in the room with her today. You said that, right?
I did, but it was referring to the sentence or the paragraph before.
Pardon?
It was referring to the paragraph before when we were talking about another injury.
What I'm asking you is, did you say that?
I did say it.
And you were talking about Josie Dikeman, correct?
Correct.
And in that statement, you falsely assert that Josie has a history of abuse.
No, that is not what I asserted.
Okay. So you're unaware that Josie accepted responsibility for neglect as a 19-year-old addict and successfully completed drug court?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. And are you unaware that both she and the child's father were convicted of neglect?
I am not aware of that.
And abuse, that's not the same as neglect, is it?
Not exactly the same.
Abuse is, I mean, neglect is serious, but abuse is a whole nother matter entirely, right?
So I believe that in my
Is that a yes or
statement,
no?
I think this is really dumb.
abuse is not the
You
same
shouldn't
as
have brought
neglect.
this up. Neglect.
And yet you falsely state that she has a history of abuse and that you wish she had been in prison so that she could not continue having children. Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
That is not what I said.
Would you agree with me that that statement does not reflect someone who has kept an open mind?
That is not correct.
Would you agree with me that this statement does not demonstrate respectfulness?
That is not. I don't agree with that.
Would you agree that that statement does not demonstrate professionalism?
It is not.
It does not, or you do not agree?
I do not agree.
Now, you had no idea what was going on behind closed doors in that household, did you?
No.
That's why she
You had
called
already
CPS.
concluded that she had abused Alexavier, right?
Someone did.
Yes, no?
Can you repeat the question?
You had already concluded that she had abused Alexavier. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you had spoken to some timeline confusion and children's statements. You relied in statements from
That lady looks like she about to pass
There
out.
was an indication that there was a fall at the school the day before.
Holy crap.
Correct.
That was inconsistent. Obviously, Sunday, you don't have school. Right. Correct?
Correct.
But you did not independently verify the timeline, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You did not independently verify the timeline of all of the events, did you?
I asked Alexavier about the timeline.
So you didn't independently determine. Sometimes kids can be confused. Sometimes they mix things up, correct?
Correct.
And you did not determine when the injury actually occurred, did you?
I asked when the injury occurred, and he said the day before.
But you did not independently confirm that or corroborate that, did you?
No,
Now, you also testified that you were suspicious of, strike that. You observed scabs on the child's face, correct?
correct,
And you testified that they were not fresh, possibly several days old?
correct,
And you did not determine when those injuries occurred, correct?
correct,
You did not determine what caused them, right?
correct,
You did not determine whether they were related to the leg injury, correct?
correct,
Now, there was a displaced femur fracture that was diagnosed, correct?
correct,
And that was the acute fracture that he was being treated for when he came to your clinic, correct?
correct,
And a femur fracture can occur accidentally. You're aware of that.
correct.
And you initially believed that there were some older fractures, and I think that came from the radiology report. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow.
And are you aware that later review determined that those findings were not in fact fractures?
That's what the radiology report said, yes.
Okay. And that was done in consultation with the pediatric orthopedist, right?
I would have to look at the records.
Perhaps this might be a time to play that video, but I can also, we were talking about Dr. Peterson.
Not today.
Okay. Okay.
He said,
So-
not today.
We stated you believe there were older fractures, and you later determined that those, doctors later determined that those findings were not fractures. And you don't remember that?
That was outside of the scope of my clinical practice.
And if it was the case that pediatric orthopedic surgeons all concluded that those other potential healing fractures were in fact developmental conditions, you would have no basis to overrule those judgments, would you?
That's outside the realm of my clinical practice.
However, you did see this radiology report that was amended, right?
I did see that.
And it stated that after review, the findings in the right inferior pubic ramus may be developmental in etiology, right?
Correct,
Meaning not abuse,
correct,
not an old healing fracture. Correct?
correct, but you would have to compare to the other side.
Right. If indicated, comparison with the left ischio may be helpful for further evaluation, correct?
Correct,
And the orthopedist did that, right?
not to my knowledge.
Now, you diagnosed no abdominal pain, right?
Correct,
No neck or back pain,
correct.
no concerning bruising beyond normal childhood bruises, right?
He had the left flank bruising.
So no concerning bruising behind normal childhood bruises,
I did not investigate the left flank bruising. That was fresh.
and you don't know how that happened.
I do not.
Kids can get bruises just playing, right?
Correct,
Now, you contacted CPS after the x-ray, right?
correct,
And, whenever there's a concern for non-accidental trauma, it's better safe to report if there's a concern, right?
correct,
And reporting to CPS does not mean that abuse occurred, right?
correct,
And CPS investigates both abuse and neglect.
correct,
You also called police because you were unsure of the situation. Is that right?
correct.
So let's talk about your interpretation of some of the behavior that you observed. You considered it a red flag that children cried during the visit. Is that right?
I don't know that that would be a red flag. That would be normal behavior.
Okay. Yes, children often cry in medical settings, right?
Mhm.
And you indicated that Josie became upset when CPS was called. Is that
Correct,
your impression? Now, reacting emotionally to a serious accusation like that does not mean someone is guilty, does it?
no,
Someone who is falsely accused of abuse would be upset as well.
correct.
You never talked to Alex about whether he felt safe at home.
I did not.
You never asked Josie if she and Alex were safe at home, did you?
I did not.
You had no idea that Josie has multiple traumatic brain injuries, correct?
Correct,
You had no idea if Josie suffered from any conditions, including TBIs, that would affect how she reacts to stressful situations, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that a woman who's being abused by a male partner might be reluctant to say so.
Correct.
And so is it fair to say you assumed the worst about Miss Dikeman because of her history?
No, that is not fair.
But you did make no effort to inquire into Mr. Pedrin's history of domestic or child abuse, correct?
Correct.
Now, I believe your direct testimony, you indicated that you noticed Alexavier sort of changing tones when he would speak about certain topics, right?
Correct.
And that at one point his voice it became higher and you found that suspicious, right?
Yes,
Now, in fact, you gave an interview to law enforcement, didn't you?
I did.
And they asked you everything you know and can remember about what happened that day, right?
Correct.
And you were trying to be complete, right?
Right.
And that was when these events were fresh in your mind. right?
Correct.
And gosh, today I think, we're at least 3 years away from that, right?
Correct.
And so what you knew at that time was the freshest perception that you had, right?
It was.
So let's just go through what I think are the conclusions here. You cannot say what caused Alexavier's leg injury, right?
Correct.
You cannot say that it was caused by intentional abuse,
Correct.
right? You certainly cannot say that Josie Dikeman intentionally fractured Alexavier's femur, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're not an investigator, are you?
I am not.
You make referrals to CPS and law enforcement so that they can investigate, is that correct?
Correct.
So when defense counsel asks you all these questions about whether or not you looked into it, that's not your job, is it?
Correct.
Defense counsel asked you a lot of questions about the prior case and the comments that you made on the recorded call, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with that prior case, correct?
Correct.
And just because someone is convicted of child neglect does not mean that the child
Objection,
involved,
speculation.
since it's familiar with the case.
This is outside the scope. There's a stipulation that's this.
You open the door.
Nah, they opened it.
Yeah, it's about neglect.
If she was
Move on.
convinced.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
You're aware of the injuries that child had, correct?
Which child are we referring to?
Haley Tapscott, the child involved in the child neglect case.
Objection, this is far outside the scope of what she.
Can I ask, the defense has opened the doors.
Yeah.
Somewhat. I'm not going to let it go on for much. Go ahead.
You're aware of the injuries that child had, correct?
I am.
You're aware that those injuries were indicative of abuse.
Yes.
Sometimes you can find abusive injuries and not figure out who did it.
Correct.
Yep, y'all open the door, dummies.
That was the history that you were aware of in the context of making that phone call, is that correct?
Correct.
That history in the context of a child with a femur fracture, correct?
Can you clarify that?
Yes, the previous medical history and case, and then you have Alexavier admitted with a femur fracture, correct?
Correct.
And you have him looking at the defendant when he's providing his history.
Correct.
The defendant told you this party was 1 day previous.
Objection, leading.
Did the defendant tell you the party was 1 day previous?
I did not specifically ask about the day. I believe they said yesterday, but I do not recall.
If it was 2 days prior, would that be concerning?
Absolutely.
And if it's reported that he couldn't walk at that party 2 days prior, would that even be more concerning?
Yes.
Thank you.
Recross.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Oh my gosh.
So just on the topic of whether or not the fracture could have borne weight. Okay. Now, Alexavier was diagnosed with a transverse fracture, right? This was an acute transverse fracture, right?
I don't believe it was transverse. I would have to look at the x-ray report.
It was a complete fracture.
It was a complete fracture, displaced.
Those certainly can be painful, right?
Correct.
Now, fractures can also be non-displaced when they initially occur, right?
Correct.
They can be incomplete.
Correct.
And those types of injuries can bear some weight, correct?
Correct.
And they can later become more aggravated, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with, well, are you aware that Dr. Shaughnessy believed that this injury could,
Calls for hearsay.
well, these would be statements made for the purpose of medical diagnosis and treatment.
Overruled, go ahead.
Are you aware that Dr. Shaughnessy believed that this injury could initially have been non-displaced or incomplete?
I would have to look at that documentation again.
But if he did believe that, you would defer to him, right?
I would defer to him, yes.
And that would explain why somebody's injury might initially be less aggravated and then later appear to be much more aggravated, correct?
Possibly, correct.
Any more
Just one
questions?
question.
Oh,
The best way to diagnose the severity of the fracture, or one of the best ways, is to look at when the child's symptomatic, i.e. when the child can't walk. Isn't that right?
Objection beyond the scope of her expertise.
No, overruled, go ahead.
Would that be right?
I would look more at when the child complained of pain
Pain
in conjunction with not being able to walk.
and inability to walk would also be a significant factor?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Anything else? All right, thank you, may step down.
I swear they just need to put some. They just need to MMA, UFC, duke it out, because this is the most.
On your next witness.
Take calls Kim Balkars to the stand.
This is a form of abuse. This trial. I mean, they are.
Sure.
They are awful. The mudslinging. God, they're so dorky.
The testimony given this matter shall be the truth.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kimberly Ford, Kimberly, Ford, Ford.
I used the last name Balkars. I forgot you got married. Is that correct?
Correct.
I
yes.
apologize for that. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Where do you work?
At Gunderson by Amplify,
And what is your role with Gunderson?
registered nurse in the pediatric department
How long have you worked as a registered nurse in the pediatric department of Gunderson?
since 2018.
I want to direct your attention to January 16th of 2023. Were you working in your capacity as a pediatric nurse with Gunderson on that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive information about a patient coming your way by the name of Alexavier Pedron?
Correct.
Okay. Did the initial information that you received regarding Alexavier Pedron indicate that he had a femur fracture that was concerning for non-accidental trauma?
Correct.
Tell us about your initial interactions with both Alexavier and the family when they arrived.
On arrival, Josie Dikeman came off a little bit defensive. She was under the impression that Alexavier's leg would just be casted and they would be going home. So she was upset that they were getting admitted upstairs in the pediatric department. Alexavier was pretty quiet and let Josie answer most all of our questions for him.
Well, he's
Did you attempt to
6.
pose questions to Alexavier?
Yes.
What were those questions regarding?
Actually, Dr. Gowalki was the one asking questions to Alexavier in the room to start. And when she asked how Alexavier hurt his leg, He said that he slipped on ice at school yesterday. I think that was our first initial red flag because that wasn't what was told to us from the receiving hospital. And also it was Monday, so yesterday was Sunday on that day. When asked if his sister was present when he slipped on the ice, since that's what he said, he looked to Josie for like to answer that question for him. And Josie said he slipped on the ice at school and hurt his leg, so he was walking slow down the stairs and his sister pushed him since he was going slow.
Did the defendant or Ms. Dikeman give an indication of when this push down the stairs occurred?
I do not recall.
You do not recall the
Yeah.
timing of that?
Correct.
Okay, that was the history that was provided to you
Um,
by both Alexavier and the defendant? A slip on the fall of ice and then a push down the stairs?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And there was no, I think I just asked this, but there's no indication of timing relative to when that fall down the stairs occurred?
I don't recall exactly. I know they had said that they went to like a birthday party between the fall and coming to the hospital, so I'm not sure if that was like the same day or the day before.
Do you recall when the birthday party was or when you were told the birthday party was?
I do not recall.
Okay. Tell us about Alexavier's demeanor and what you observed of Alexavier's demeanor while he was at the hospital.
Alexavier, like I said, he was very quiet and like looked to Josie for answers to questions. He didn't like to answer our questions without looking to her first or letting her answer for him.
What about the defendant's demeanor? How would you describe Josie Dikeman's demeanor?
Defensive, not typical for having an injured child in the hospital. In my now many years of experience, usually parents are like anxious that their child is there and very grateful that for the care that is being provided. I felt right away that Josie was like blocking me from everything that I wanted to do or questioning everything that I wanted.
Objection, speculation, and not relevant.
Overruled.
You can continue answering.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say Josie's demeanor was defensive and not protective of the child or.
She asked you for your name?
Yes, Josie asked me for my last name while writing on a legal pad, and I told her that I didn't have to give her that information to care for her child.
Did you and Dr. Glowacki together document any other injuries on the outside of Alexavier's body?
Dr. Glowacki, when doing her skin assessment that we do on all children on admission, she took many photos of Alexavier's body.
And you were present for that, is that fair? If you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, better to talk to her about that.
Yes.
Okay.
I would prefer that.
Last question I want to ask you. Tell us a little bit about what you remember about the level of pain that Alexavier was in when you saw him on January 16th, 2023.
I feel like I can't speak to the level of pain. What sticks out in my mind is that Josie declined me giving any pain medications to Alexavier.
Objection, this is not responsive to the question. Strike that.
Sustain.
Okay.
Chuck, go ahead.
Why did you want to give Alexavier pain medication?
Because his leg was broken. If I had a broken leg, I would want some pain medication on board.
I assume above and beyond his leg being broken and it being a displaced fracture that you were, if you wanted to give him pain medication, were you making observations that he was in pain?
Correct.
And that would help alleviate the pain that he was in?
Correct.
And you informed the defendant that you wanted to give Alexavier pain medication?
Correct.
And the response to that was what?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross.
Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I understand that you were the night shift nurse. Is that right?
Correct.
And so your job that night was giving bedside nursing care, not forensic investigation, right?
Correct.
And you would defer to the pediatric orthopedist on questions regarding diagnosis and treatment of fractures, right?
Correct.
Um, that's just not a determination that you're in a position to make, right?
Correct.
And before Alex arrived, you were told there were concerns of non-accidental trauma, right?
Correct.
And you understood that there was an X-ray describing this injury as concerning, right?
Correct.
And you were told that CPS was already involved before the family arrived.
Correct.
And so you were prepared for this involving abuse concerns before you met Josie.
Yes.
Now you testified that Josie was upset when she arrived at the hospital.
Correct.
And she believed that she had been told Alex would only need a cast and then could leave.
Yes.
Now you explained that there was uncertainty. It could be a splint. It could require surgery.
Yes.
And surgical intervention, that can be serious, right?
Yes.
So Josie's not a medical expert, right? And medical diagnoses and treatments can be hard for the average person to understand. Is that fair?
Yes.
And are you aware that she has low cognitive functioning?
Nope.
And she was reacting to a situation that in her mind had started to escalate, right?
Okay.
Would that be fair? She was reacting to a situation that seemed to be escalating?
Can't speak on that for her.
Well, there was a situation that was initially, it could have been one way or the other, a splint, go home, or surgery and be hospitalized, right?
Right.
So that was an escalating response to this injury.
Okay.
And so she was reacting to that. Is that fair?
I'm not sure what she was reacting to. I feel like I can't speak to that.
But this was the context in which you had that conversation with her, right?
Yes.
Now, so Josie certainly was, it would be understandable to be upset if you're accused of abuse, falsely accused, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
And did you ever pull Josie aside to ask if she felt safe at home?
No.
How about Alex?
We asked those questions to kids when no one else is in the room, and he was not alone on my shift. So I did not get to ask Alex that.
Now you noted some abrasions that were already healing. And you described some bruising, right?
Correct.
And you believe that the bruises were in different stages of healing?
Me and Dr. Gulaki both
I'm
made that
asking if you
conclusion.
believe that.
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that bruise appearance and color progression is highly variable and not precise?
Yeah.
And bruises can develop and inconclusive and reliably. The studies showing bruise imaging studies show that bruising cannot reliably be correlated with healing color and timing.
I'm going to object. I don't know if she's familiar with these studies.
It's the same.
Are you familiar that you cannot scientifically date a bruise just by looking at the color?
I mean, you can
Never looked into it. Never studied bruises.
guesstimate.
Alex initially told you that he had slipped on ice at school, right?
Correct.
And Josie said that he had fallen down the stairs.
Correct.
And his sister admitted to pushing him, right?
His sister was not present.
Are you aware that she admitted to pushing him?
No. No, never talked to her.
And you reported Alex looked to Josie before answering questions.
Correct.
And it's common for children to look at a parent before speaking to a stranger, particularly in a stressful environment, right?
Correct.
And being in a hospital, being asked a number of questions by strangers, that could be stressful for a kid, right?
Correct.
But you consider that a red flag, as you indicated.
Yes. I mean, we're trained to.
Yeah. And certainly, you know, as a caregiver and somebody who treats children, it's always safer to report abuse rather than to not report abuse if you are concerned, right?
Absolutely.
But that does not mean that abuse actually occurred.
Correct.
And if abuse did occur, it doesn't mean we can determine who caused that, right?
Correct.
Now, you described Josie as defensive and she was intervening in your care.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, the record needs to be clear. Is that a yes?
Yes,
And she was taking notes on a yellow notepad, is that right?
correct,
She asked you for your last name,
correct.
and that to you felt threatening, perhaps, or is that what that landed like?
Yes. I've never had anybody ask me that at work before. They don't need to know that information for me to care for their child.
But she said she felt accused in seeking care, is that right?
Yes,
And in terms of writing things down, you know, if you have cognitive limitations, maybe recording your recollections at the time might be something you would want to do, right?
fair.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah,
Now, let me ask you this. In this day and age with WebMD and the wide open internet where parents can educate themselves, is it sometimes a source of frustration when medical providers feel like their judgment or care is being questioned by a parent?
feel like that's more common now than it used to be.
That can be a real source of frustration, right?
Sure,
Because you've got lots of kids to take care of.
correct.
And, you know, your time is valuable and has to be, you know, split by all of the different cases, all of the different admissions, right?
Correct.
Did you ever happen to see what she was documenting?
No,
And with the CPS investigation, that's, you know, a legal process, right?
correct.
And so recording what you think or perceive or are learning can help document the progression of that investigation. Is that fair?
Yeah,
And you would agree being accused of abuse is stressful, right?
I would agree.
Reacting emotionally to a serious accusation like that doesn't mean someone is guilty, does it?
No,
Someone who is falsely accused would be upset as well, right?
right?
Now, we understand that Alex was not spoken to. He apparently didn't have any alone time while you were caring for him. Is that fair?
Yes,
And we've established that you're not familiar with Josie's history of multiple TBIs or whether she had suffered PTSD or any other condition that would affect how she reacts to stressful situations.
I would not know that, no.
And would you agree that a woman who is being abused by a male partner sometimes would be reluctant to be forthcoming about what's happening in the house?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Would you agree that a woman who is being abused by a male partner sometimes might be reluctant to talk about what's happening in that house?
Yeah,
Especially if the abuser was present?
correct.
So, you know, you rely on what other folks tell you is your job, that no one person can do this job, right? It's a group effort.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
You rely on other people's representations to you, other colleagues, staff. You rely on their representations because you know, this is a team effort and you have to rely on your colleagues, right?
Correct.
And you believed Alex's initial statement was in the doctor's notes, correct?
Sorry, what are you asking?
Did you learn a lot of what happened from the doctor's notes? About the case? Did you learn about the case by reading the doctor's notes about what had occurred prior to his arrival?
Like from the other hospital, or what are you at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is you were reading the medical records and establishing your knowledge based on what was put in some of those notes, right?
No, I received a phone call from the other facility
Okay,
letting us know their concerns.
just basic conversations mostly.
Yes,
And so it'd be fair to say, though, that significant parts of your testimony were dependent on statements by others and not firsthand knowledge on your part. Is that fair?
which others are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying that some of the statements that you received were secondhand. Is that right?
I just got a brief report from the other hospital
You were
stating their concerns.
Is
your
everybody in
assumption was
Wisconsin
legitimate, right? But that was
snarky?
what you had been reported, right?
I had a fair warning that others were concerned, but I had a lot of concerns of my own.
Now,
Oh my gosh. Just answer the damn
did you
question.
have any knowledge of the radiology report or the impressions of the radiologist?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that
You
some of the
obviously
initial
got a heads up.
concerning findings were later determined to be developmental conditions?
Judge, I will stipulate that the original belief that there was a pubic fracture was found to be an abnormality and was ultimately ruled not to be a fracture.
As well
I
as
will
the
stipulate to that for every witness.
as well as the tibia findings? Yes.
Holy
Yes,
moly.
tibia findings, I want to review that to make sure, but
Those were included in the constellation of findings in the radiology report.
So, okay, just if she was aware of them or not.
Okay.
And they were amended, we all agree that they were later amended, so.
Are you aware that the pediatric orthopedist at Mayo, Dr. Shaughnessy, believed that the injury could be consistent with a fall?
Nope. That was not what I was told.
So you were not told that?
No, she
that
was
his
told it was
orthopedist believed
abuse.
That it could be consistent with a fall? You just weren't aware of that? Okay.
I wasn't aware. Nope.
So you weren't aware that, did you know Dr. Peterson, John Peterson?
As an employee, yes.
And he was very well-respected pediatric orthopedic surgeon at Gunderson, is that right?
Correct.
And sadly, he's passed away last year.
Correct.
But he was he was certainly a well-respected expert.
Judge, I'm going to object to him testifying to the reputation of another doctor. If you want to put in reputation evidence, do it, but it should come in through him.
We'll hear from him. I'll move on.
Okay.
Okay. And are you familiar with Colton Wagner?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, any redirect?
Just a couple of questions.
You asked a number of questions about domestic violence and how people react to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
This wasn't involving domestic violence, right?
No.
This didn't involve anything with regards to the defendant being a victim of something, did it?
No.
And if the defendant has concerns about a TBI and you're not aware of her TBI, she could also tell you about that, right?
Correct.
It's not your responsibility to find everything you don't know about somebody. Is that fair?
Correct.
You're asked questions about what may have been stressful for Alexavier when he was in the room, correct?
Yes.
We don't know what was going on in Alexavier's mind, do we?
Nope.
Those are all questions that are made to speculate about what he may have been feeling at that time when you were seeing him, correct?
Correct.
Now, another thing that we could speculate about is maybe he was the victim of child abuse and the abuser was in the room and he didn't want to talk, right?
Sustain, and you say it's speculation, so I'd ask you not to ask sustain. Go ahead. Any recross? Any recross? Nope.
Oh my gosh. For the love.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
You want to do another witness? You want to take a break, Your Honor?
Are you all feeling one more witness? Okay, I think we can handle another one. Go ahead.
We could use 10 minutes.
Okay, need 10 minutes?
We could use a break.
We'll do back at 2:30.
Holy moly bajoli. The lawyers are like, we need a break. Like, we need a break. Break it in.
Yeah. 2:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Be seated. All right. Looks like all the parties are present. Just a first curious question, who's the next person?
Ashley Smith, I believe, is our next witness.
Ashley Smith. And then any issues we need to talk about from the state's perspective?
Kimberly Ford has been released from her subpoena, and the defense did not have her under subpoena. So I think she just want to make that record regarding that individual. And then, Your Honor, I think from my perspective, I dare say this might be a relatively short witness. And then I think we have videos to play for the rest of the afternoon, either one or two by stipulation of the parties. And we're actually on track for where I thought we
at the break, narrowing my cross.
All right, I appreciate that.
I think that's correct. I think it's Dr. Golaki. I think it's Investigative Sergeant Amundsen and this other act stipulation. And I want the court to see the photos. I think that the court ruled preliminarily as long as the abuse could be scrubbed, and I don't think the word abuse is actually on the photos, that they could come in. But Your Honor wanted to see them before we did anything with them. So we'll have those for you tomorrow morning as well, so you can review those.
Okay. I guess the question is when we get done with that.
Oh, I'm just trying to witness plan.
Yeah, that's what I assumed you were looking at, trying to figure out if you had time.
I kind of suspect that Investigative Sergeant Amundsen is going to be a longer witness. So I don't know that we'll be, I think we'll rest tomorrow. I don't know that we'll be resting early tomorrow or mid tomorrow. It might be the end of the day.
Okay. Okay. Well, good news. I think we're on track to where you thought we were going to be. All right, let's get, we can bring the jury in. We'll call the next witness, and then we'll do the latter stuff. Okay.
I have somewhere to be this afternoon, so I have to multitask. Multitask. Y'all know what multipass is from? If anybody can guess, put it in the comments.
Everybody have a seat. Call your next witness.
I think I was Ashley Smith.
If you know that movie. Multipass. Multipass.
Swear in right here.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony given this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Ashley Cuppett. Last name is spelled Cuppett.
You're the second person I called today with a different last name than what I said. Did you get married?
Yes, back in May of 23.
All right. Congratulations to you as well.
Thank you.
How are you employed?
I am a inpatient physical therapist at Gunderson Health Systems by Amplify.
How long have you worked as a inpatient physical therapist?
I have worked at Gunderson since 22, so going on 4 years now, and I've been a PT since 2019.
What does a physical therapist do?
In the inpatient realm, I work with patients who have been admitted for various injuries, making sure they're able to move and mobilize and get the equipment that they need to go home or to another facility.
In your role as a physical therapist in the inpatient setting, did you work with Alexavier Pedron?
Yes, I did.
And did you start working with Alexavier Pedron on January 17th of 2023?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed with regards to the level of pain that Alexavier Pedron was in?
Yes. So he was in quite a bit of pain. I had seen him for a femur fracture, and we had seen him in the afternoon, and I just remember he was in a ton of pain, just yelling and screaming out. It was a not a good session to be in.
Not a comfortable session at all.
No.
Okay. Were the father and Josie Dikeman present for that?
Yes, the father was there the entire session, and she had arrived about a quarter of the way through.
And you got to observe the father's interactions with Alexavier?
Yes.
Tell the jury about those.
With the father, I remember walking in, and they were both just sitting on the bed, kind of hanging out. The father was very attentive and kind of holding him, and we were just kind of talking, and Alex was playing with a toy, just trying to get comfortable with him. And then when we were starting our session, then we explained what we were going to do and the purpose of it, and the father helped out with the session.
He was helpful with the session?
Yes, we had to do teaching on how to use a pediatric walker, and then teaching the father how to hold and handle him so we could get him into a wheelchair to make sure he could safely stand.
How did
And
they
you referenced
wait?
that the father was attentive in that process. Is that fair?
Correct.
You reference in your report that at some point the father does refer to Alexavier as being a baby in some regard. Do you recall that?
Not 100% sure.
Okay. Would helping review your report help you today?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a
How did they wait to take him to the hospital if he was in this much screaming pain?
Okay. Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Did the father make a reference to Alexavier and using the word baby at some point?
I don't recall.
Don't recall
100%.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a lot going on. Sorry.
There's a lot going on. And if you said that to investigators, you wouldn't have a reason to deny that. Is that fair?
Correct.
Still, it doesn't remind me.
What you observed on behalf of the father was appropriate?
I would say so, based on my observations.
Okay. You also had an opportunity to observe Ms. Dikeman. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us about your observations of Ms. Dikeman, the defendant.
She had arrived, like I said, about a quarter of the way through the session, as we were sitting on the edge of the bed with Alex, and the father was sitting on the bed as well. And just kind of came in and was kind of looking around at what we were doing. And we explained, oh, we're going to get up and move, and we got to make sure we could stand. And just kind of hung out in the background and just didn't seem as involved than the father during our session.
Didn't seem as engaged?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, Ms. Dikeman did ask for medical providers to give additional pain medication to Alexavier. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after Ms. Dikeman observed Alexavier in a great deal of pain because of the leg. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Did Alexavier's pain persist as you continue to work with him?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
It was like I said, a very hard session to be a part of. Pain was okay up until we started moving, and just like I said, just almost like blood curdling screams in a way. I've worked with obviously a lot of patients before in pain, but I won't forget those. Forget it, just because it hurt me.
You have a vivid memory of Alexavier and his screams.
Yes.
How long did you work with Alexavier and the family before discharge?
I just did that one session to make sure we got medical equipment and prepare family for transfers and stuff, and that was it.
Okay. And the recommendations were that Alexavier was not to be using that leg after. Is that correct?
Correct. We educated on toe touch weight bearing. Which was what the doctors had said too, which would just be the weight of his toes on the floor.
Nothing more on the leg with the broken femur.
Correct.
Okay. I've moved State's Exhibit number 80 in evidence. I have no further questions.
Objection. Can be received. Cross.
They had blood-curdling screams for his one visit to the physical therapist.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So just a couple of questions on the pain medication question.
Okay.
So you, Josie, well, you confirmed with Josie that Alex was pre-medicated before therapy. Is that right?
Yes, we make sure all of our patients are pre-medicated prior to working with them to optimize mobility.
Yeah. And Josie was concerned. She expressed concern to you that Alex was not receiving enough pain medication, as you testified. Is that right?
Yes, and then we had educated that we had talked to nursing and made sure we got what we needed to get through the session.
But she was worried that Alex was in too much pain. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think anybody would be worried with the amount of pain he was in. I mean, it was very loud and yeah.
Very painful injury.
Yes.
And wanting more pain medication with for your child, that's consistent with a caregiver concerned about their child's suffering. Is that fair?
Yep.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, sorry.
We're not always used to talking in full words, but I appreciate that. And there was no documented Josie refusing medication during your session, right?
No, because with my notes, I document to a lot of like with the patient. So I really just focused on what Alex was going through.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Nothing further.
I have nothing on that.
All right, thank you. May step down. Can I have that report there? Thank you. I believe, go ahead.
Now, who else do you have? Oh my gosh. So they're trying to point out that Josie asked for more pain medication. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, she could have been asking for Alexavier. She could have been asking for herself. She could have been asking for Derek to
Ladies and
sell.
Gentlemen, there's a stipulation on the testimony of Araya, the video testimony of Araya. There's also agreement that she will not be available for any further testimony. So what we're going to do at this point, I believe, is play the video. Correct?
Yep. And the video for the record is State's Exhibit 66 and the transcript is 67.
All right.
I don't know how old Araya is or was at the time. Again, these kids are having to testify.
Okay, Ryan, your turn. All right.
Your turn.
Ready? Come right over here. Ooh, Jiminy Cricket, sorry. There you go. You can have a seat right here. Toys. Yeah, you can look at those. Well, Raya, earlier when I introduced myself, I told you my name was Danielle.
I have a unicorn puppet and my sister.
You have a unicorn puppet?
And I have a sister too.
And a sister. Okay. What's your sister's name?
Jalen.
Jalen? All right. Raya, do you know how to write your name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a heart in my name.
Do you want to write it?
Yeah. The heart looks different.
The heart looks different? Okay. Thank you.
There's an X in my brother's name.
There's an X in your brother's name?
Yeah.
Oh.
My other brother.
Your other brother's name? Okay.
But my other brother died.
Oh, okay. Your other brother died?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about that.
But I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. All right. So, Raya, how old are you?
4.
4.
4?
Oh, my goodness. So you're 4 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you?
There's an F in my name.
There's an F in your name. What do you like to do for fun?
Play with my brothers.
Play with your brothers. On your Julie F?
What?
Yeah, you made an F. Okay.
And B.
And B? Okay.
I know how to draw B.
You know how to draw a B? Okay. Thank you very much for showing me that. All right, Raya, do you know the difference between a truth and a lie?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the difference?
I don't know.
You don't know? Thank you for letting me know that. So if I said, Raya, you're 4, would that be the truth or a lie?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I said, Raya, you're 10, would that be the truth or a lie?
Well,
Lie. Okay. What happens if someone tells a lie and then an adult finds out about it?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. All right. So, Raya, when we're in here, we talk about things that are the truth. Yeah. So you mentioned your sister, Jalen, and some brothers.
This is my name.
That's your name. Thank you very much for writing it for me. What are your brothers' names?
One of that.
Huh?
One of
One of them is next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
X.
Oh, an X. Thank you for correcting me. What's your brother's names?
Alex and Brant.
Alex and Brant. Okay.
I didn't
Whoops.
know.
Sorry.
All my brothers have a B.
Because you said his name was Brant, so I sounded out the letters.
This is my name.
That is your name. Thank you very much. Okay. Do you have any other brothers besides Alex and Brant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Major and Sagan.
Major and Zayden.
Good Lord.
Do you have a mom and a dad? Yeah. What's mom's name?
Josie.
Josie. What's dad's name?
Derek.
Okay. Right.
It's a lot of
How
kids.
do you get along with your brothers?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Do you play with your brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Do they play nice?
Yeah.
Does anyone play mean?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, sometimes my brother punch me.
Which brother?
Then both of them.
Both of them punch you?
All of them.
All of them do? Okay.
And my sister does.
And your sister does? How does that feel when they punch you?
Sometimes it doesn't hurt.
Sometimes it doesn't hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it does hurt.
And sometimes it does hurt. Thank you very much for letting me know that.
Okay.
You can. Okay. So, Raya,
What?
you said that sometimes that your brothers or your sister punch you. Does anyone else punch you?
No.
No. Does anyone hit you?
Oh, they always do some stuff to me.
Oh, tell me more about that.
And they always kick me.
And they always kick you? Yeah.
They always hit me in the eye.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then what do you do?
And last time, well, Brantley hit me in the eye with a stick.
Last time Brantley hit you with a stick.
Yeah, and now my eye was purple.
And now your eye was purple?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell mom or dad that Brantley did that?
Dad wasn't there, so I told him Mom.
What did mom say?
She said, "Go say sorry to her."
Okay. And mama said that Brantley had to go say sorry to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Does mom ever hit or kick you?
No.
No. Does mom ever hit or kick anyone else?
No.
No. Does dad? Can you say something?
Dad always be mean to my mom.
Dad always beats to your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. What does dad do that's mean to your mom?
He always yelled at her.
He always yells at her?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he always kicks my mom.
He kicks your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Where in her body does dad kick your mom?
Last time my mom was on my brother and it kicked my mom wanted my brother. Why she was home my brother.
Say that to me again.
Dad kicked in mom and then she was home. Brandon kicked in mom away. Where was it? In her hands.
Okay, so Dad kicked Mom, and then Mom did what?
She holded Brandon and then kicked. He kicked Brandon. He kicked mom away. Where was in her hands.
Okay, thank you so much for helping me to understand that. So Mom was holding Brant, and Dad still kicked Mom?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for helping me understand that. Does Dad ever kick you?
No.
No? Okay. Does anyone kick Jalen?
No.
No? Does anyone kick Alex?
No.
No? Does anyone kick Brant?
No.
Does anyone kick Major?
No.
Does anyone kick Zayden?
No.
No? Okay. So you said that your brother died? Yeah. How did you find out that your brother died? Because?
My mom told me that.
What did Mom say?
She was crying or not saying something.
She was crying? Yeah.
And when I had lots of blood, Brad took one.
When you had to do what?
I have blood, Brad took one.
You had burns? Say it again. I don't think that I understood you. That was my fault.
I found balloons and Brad just took one of them.
Thank you for saying you found balloons and Brant just took one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand. Okay. So when Alex died, what room in the house was he in?
My mom's room.
Your mom's room? Where in Mom's room was Alex?
On the couch.
On the couch? Okay. Did you see him?
No.
No?
That's why my brother told me that.
Your brother told you that? Which brother?
Brant.
Brant, okay.
Alex died.
Alex died. Yeah. Where did you sleep?
So
then?
sad.
In my room.
In your room? Where do you normally sleep?
Upstairs.
Upstairs?
By my sister's room.
By your sister's room?
My sister's room is right by my bed.
Okay, your sister's room is right by your bed?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you slept that night in your room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where does Alex usually sleep?
in Mom's room.
In Mom's room? Okay. Why does Alex sleep in Mom's room?
Because he have a broken foot.
Oh, okay. How did his foot get broken?
I pushed him down the stairs last time.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me that. Why'd you push him? Because what?
Because he was lying to Mom.
Oh, what was he lying about?
He was stealing and lying.
Oh, how did you know he was stealing and lying?
Because Mom told me that.
Mom told you that he was stealing and lying? Yeah, and then did Mom tell you...
Stop the bubble.
Did Mom tell you what to do about him stealing and lying?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Mom, what's this?
What'd Mom say to do about his stealing and lying?
She got him in trouble.
Oh. What happens when he would get in trouble?
Mom just put soap in his mouth.
Mom would put soap in his mouth? What does the soap look like?
Sink soap.
Sink soap? Okay. Where do you find it?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah, in the kitchen sink.
In the kitchen sink? Is it on top of the sink, under the sink, or something else?
On top of
On top of the sink? Okay. Do you ever get soap in your mouth?
No.
No? Okay. Did anyone else ever get soap in their mouth? No. Okay.
Only in the movie.
Only in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if I saw on the phone last time,
Ooh.
something like the water and then their mom just gave it soap water.
And you saw that on the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Because they didn't like the water.
They didn't like the water?
Yeah, the kids did.
The kid didn't? Okay.
Pop.
Pop.
That's safe.
Okay. So then mom told you that Alex was stealing and lying, and then you pushed him down the steps?
Yeah.
Yeah?
The basement ones.
The basement ones? Okay. Was there anyone else around when you pushed him?
No.
No? Who's it? Huh?
Only my mom.
Only your mom?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to push him?
Bert told me to.
Brant told you to?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then mom got me in trouble.
Oh, what happened
I
when you...
think Bert got me in trouble because he told me to push out down the stairs.
Okay. Brant told you to push Alex down the stairs, and then he got you in trouble?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
Kevin, pass the bubble.
I can't, it's too strong.
Try to.
There. What did mom do when you pushed Alex down the stairs?
She. Nothing.
Nothing? Did anyone go help Alex when he fell down the stairs?
No.
No? What did Alex do?
He just said, ow.
Oh.
He was right on his butt.
He was on his butt?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he cry?
Yeah.
Yeah? What did mom do when Alex cried?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Let's play catch.
Okay. Whoops. Do you ever get hugs?
No.
No?
Yes.
Yes? Who gives you hugs?
All my family.
Oh, your family? Okay. Did Alex ever get hugs? No.
I almost went up under the couch.
It almost did? Okay. Did you ever get choked?
No.
No?
Only my brothers choked me.
Only your brothers choke you? Okay. How does that feel when they choke you?
The other thing that when they choked me.
Feels like you're going to puke when they choke you?
Yeah.
Okay. Does mom know that they choke you?
Yeah. I always tell them that one day be mean to me.
Okay. What does mom do?
She get them in trouble. Put them in the rooms.
Okay. Does dad know that they choke you?
No.
No. Okay. Does anyone else in your family get choked? No.
I'm gonna go right the couch.
You want to go by the couch?
On top.
On top? Okay. Alright. So the night that Alex died, then he was sleeping in mom's room because he had a broken leg? Yeah. Okay. Did you wake up and hear anything at night? No? Brant woke you up?
What did you say?
What did Brant say when he woke you up?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
He just said Alex died.
He just said Alex died?
Yeah.
Okay. You were sleeping until Brant woke you up?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the police or firemen or anybody come to your house?
Only the police.
Only the police? Okay. Did they talk to you?
No.
No? Okay.
They just said hi.
They just said hi?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
What is that thing for?
It's got tools in it that help me when I talk to kids sometimes. Yeah. Oh, you got it rolled up in your shirts.
So the one consistent story is
Was
that
anyone mean to Alex? No.
Aria pushed him down the stairs.
Did Alex get in trouble for anything else besides
Aria's
lying?
4.
What? Oh, when he steals, I think you said that. Thank you for reminding me. And, yeah. And when he would get in trouble, who would get him in trouble? Mom or dad? Mom. Okay. And both of them? Okay. What would mom do to get him in trouble?
She just yelled at him.
Yelled at him? What would dad do?
I'm a pig.
You're a pig. What would dad do when Alex is in trouble?
He just threw away his toys.
You just throw away his toys? Okay.
I get him in trouble.
What?
Get in trouble.
Get in trouble? Okay, you're gonna put it on me? Thank you. Does Brant ever get in trouble? No. Does Major ever get in trouble? Careful on your eye. What happens when Major gets in trouble?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Does Zayden ever get in trouble?
No.
No. Okay. Be careful, I don't want the tape to hurt your eye, okay? All right, I'm going to step out and I'm going to check with my team. You can wait right here and I'll be back in a minute, okay? Thank you.
I'm scared of animals.
You're scared? I'll leave the door open just a little bit, okay? There you go.
So the one story that's consistent is that Aria pushed Alexavier down the stairs. Every child has said it. Every person has said it. Every report has said it. That's the main story. Is that little girl pushed him down the stairs.
Well, Raya, thank you very much for talking with me. I asked you a lot of questions today. Is there anything about Alex dying that you didn't tell me yet? No? Okay. Do you have any? Oh, thank you for correcting me. What haven't you told me yet?
Because you just left.
Oh, okay. So what else about Alex dying should I know?
The police took him to the hospital.
The police took him to the hospital? Yeah. How did Alex die?
Oh, I didn't like him.
Yeah. How did Alex die?
I don't know.
Thank you for letting me know that.
You told me that.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah.
What questions? Alex died. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Sad. Yeah. All right. What are you going to do the rest of the day? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well, let's go back over.
Hey.
What?
Can you draw something?
Sure.
That's so sad.
Okay. I'm going to put this on the back.
Okay.
So you don't lose it.
Good thinking. Another heart. Good job. All right. Okay.
By stipulation and agreement of the parties, I'm moving state exhibit 66 into evidence.
Okay.
Well, she seemed to be the most honest. I mean, she's 4. She seemed to be the least coached.
I assume that's along with 67.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are we just done for the day, or did you want to do something else?
That whole interview's 10 minutes. Oh, there's one other video that I think we agreed to that's about 10 to 15 minutes long.
Okay, why don't we,
That's the interview of Dr. Peterson, who did pass away.
right, and I think there's agreement that Dr. Peterson's testimony can come in. He has passed away, and the parties have agreed to that, correct? Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we go ahead and show that video too at this point?
I think it's an audio.
Oh, it's
Oh,
just,
it's a video.
it's a video?
About 10 and a half minutes.
Okay,
10 minutes and 42 seconds.
all right.
So this is the doctor that I think was the orthopedic doctor when Alexavier broke his leg.
I'm John Williams, one of the sergeants from across
Hi,
town.
John Peterson.
Mike Valencia.
Hi, Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
So you know why we're here to talk to you?
Yeah, I got a message about a former patient of ours. I don't know all the details surrounding.
So Alexavier Pedrin.
Yeah.
He came in here for a broken leg.
Yep.
Oh, dang, he's
Early
young.
part of February, we're investigating a death of Alex. So basically, it's reported as an overdose.
Sure.
Right now.
Wow.
We're trying to go back to see. There's history in the family with child abuse. So we're just trying to determine what red flags you may have seen, what the parents were acting like, and what your opinion, I guess, what the broken leg was actually from. So,
Dang.
you just want to tell us?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I got his name and looked up his chart. So when I looked back through it, it looked like he was seen at sort of a nearby institution, had some X-rays, and then was transferred here for care.
Yep.
One of my partners, Dr. Baziner, I believe, was on call.
Oh, what happened to him?
And, a lot of the guys here do kids and adults, but mainly adults. And I'm the one guy that works with mainly kids, so sometimes we get kind of transferred patients to our service from our partners. And he was a kid that Dr. Baziner wanted opinion, kind of what to do with his break, whether he needed surgery or just a cast. And so I saw him kind of as a consultation from a consultant. So so I looked at my note in the chart and looked at the kids' X-rays. I can say I don't really remember specifics of any interaction with the family. I couldn't tell you what they look like or anything like that. I do remember his particular case because they did make a comment in the X-ray report that they had concerns for multiple fractures at multiple stages of healing, like consistent with possible child abuse. I would say based on my experience in that X-ray, that's not impossible, but I think that is unlikely what we were seeing on that X-ray. So I think all that X-ray showed for sure was the break he was being treated for. The other stuff is likely for other reasons. So the type of break he had is one at his age we typically see after pretty significant trauma. So usually it's things like, kind of a hard bike crash or an ATV crash, motorbike kind of crash, that kind of stuff. So it's one that's a little more rare with lower energy mechanisms, but it could feasibly happen from like a fall.
I think in your notes you said it was a hyperextension.
Yeah, usually it's a hyperextension type injury. But it's not, there are like a lot of breaks that are classic for abuse. It is definitely not one of those breaks. So the breaks we see for abuse are in that location are usually in younger kids. So often babies and non-ambulatory kids where it's twisting, and there's something called, they call it a metaphyseal corner fracture, where the fracture is through the growth plate and just a
So
little
not
bit
from
above
abuse.
it. So this was not one of those breaks. This was like a lot of force kind of break typically. So a hyperextension would be the usual mechanism. And I wasn't there when he came in, but certainly this type of break is one that usually shows up in the ER like immediately. Like there's no delay from the injury to seeking treatment.
Yeah. So if a person waited 2 to 3 days,
that would be highly unusual. Usually it would be sort of coming in from the scene.
Yep. With this type of injury, do you think a child or even an adult could walk on that at all?
Well,
I saw the X-ray.
Yeah, it was sort of, I'm trying to say, yeah, it was sort of hyperextended and sort of impacted, but it wasn't completely off. I would say it would be really atypical to walk on it, but not impossible.
Okay.
So I would say most kids with that injury go straight to the ER and don't want to put any weight on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually within 2 or 3 weeks they'll start walking on it, but not always.
Yeah.
So sometimes if the bones are sort of more in continuity on one side, sometimes they can put a little bit of weight through it, but it'd be really unusual to be walking on it for 2 to 3 days and then coming in.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Alex at all, or?
I don't remember. I just kind of vaguely remember Baziner having me take a look at the kid and coming up with a plan. And
we're talking to Scott tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so he may be able to say more. But with this kind of thing, they're in the hospital. They've already been kind of seen by multiple people. So I definitely see a lot of kids where we're thinking about child abuse and that sort of thing, just because how I treat as kids. But this was not kind of a situation where it was the fracture itself was a concern for direct abuse. Now it could be like a neglect type thing where a normal kid would have been brought in immediately afterwards, and he wasn't. But so that would be unusual.
How long have you been a doctor here at Gunderson?
Here at Gunderson, about 3 years.
And
a little over 3 years.
Where before?
I was in Sanford Health in North Dakota for about 6 years.
It's so sad. He's dead. He's so young.
I've got almost 10 years experience just treating kids and kids breaks.
I don't know what else we have to ask here, because if you didn't have too much contact with him.
Yeah, and I know Colton, you've probably talked with him.
I talked to Colton this morning.
So I'm like his supervisor.
So he's saying it's not child abuse, that it's consistent with actually like an accident, like an ATV or bicycle or motorcycle accident.
Who was the X-ray doctor or
the radiologist? I don't know. I'd have to look at it. It was someone at it that I'm not familiar with through Mayo, I believe.
Oh, so it was a radiologist through Mayo that you were interpreting?
Yeah, so the read that said concern for battered child syndrome was from a radiologist at Mayo.
Yeah.
And then I noticed they did addend their read later to say that they could be normal variants.
Yeah.
But he called like an injury up in the pelvis and then wanted the tibia that didn't look like.
He's from Rochester, is that right?
I don't know if he was from from Rochester or from.
Amanda Hansen was the nurse practitioner at Mayo.
Yeah.
She contacted a doctor through Rochester.
So yeah, I would say if a kid came in with those X-rays, it's pretty atypical to get that sort of read.
Yeah.
On them. So I didn't know if it was a thing like the family had some history wherever they were at and they were kind of suspicious of it. So I don't know if the provider there put that in or order or whatnot.
The
But
family has history here. They went to Mayo first.
Uh-huh.
And they were first they're going to go to Rochester and then realized they needed to go closer. So
Yeah.
they came here second choice. So
yeah, so I would say my general recollection was sort of probably a little unusual, the delayed presentation.
yeah.
And I don't remember too much of them. There's a couple kids I remember in my head, but I don't want to say too much because I see so many kids. I don't want to confuse families, but sometimes we have kids that are, from wherever, a little less supervised and a little more sort of cuts and bruises than some kids, but it's hard to know. But yeah, I can say with 100% certainty his fracture probably wasn't from direct abuse.
Woo!
Okay, but I would say not presenting immediately after that is concerning in its own right.
Any questions for us at all? Or
I don't.
We just have a few more interviews to do. And that's about it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that didn't go the way y'all wanted it to, did it?
Yeah.
Hear about him, so it's like an overdose type thing.
That's how it's reported.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for the toxicology and the autopsy to come back. So
yeah. Well, yeah. Well, let me know if I can be of any more help. But those are kind of my thoughts on it. Yeah. So, yeah.
Kind of the record should reflect that was State's Exhibit 81, which was also being admitted by stipulation of the parties. The interview of Dr. Peterson was conducted on March 9th of 2023 for the date.
And there's a transcript too.
Yes, we have. Yes.
Okay, that would be a different exhibit. Oh, let us know what that is. Do you need to mark it?
Yeah. Oh, sure. We'll have that marked down, or it'll be admitted consistent with the local court rule on DAR reporting.
Okay, so you'll receive those 81, and then once we understand which one is for the transcript will be received. Anything further then for today?
Not for today. I think we're on track to rest tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay, and I think that's where we're at. Correct, you weren't going to try to do anything else today.
I guess it's up to the state when they'd like to call their witnesses. So
Okay, all right. So what that means is we get done a little bit early today. As you heard, the good news is that it looks like we're going to have the state resting tomorrow. And then we'll see how far we can get tomorrow. My hope is we won't go too late, have a good portion of your Friday. Well, I should be careful saying that.
This judge is like,
say that I'm totally wrong. So I don't know. My hope is that you'll be done at a decent time tomorrow. It's been 2 weeks. I know it's been a long time. If there's something we can do to make it any easier, just let us know. Otherwise, come here at about 8:30. We'll try to start up at 8:45 or as soon as you're ready, basically. If it is important really not to talk about the case. If you see it, avoid anything that's out there. I think it gets harder as time goes on, but as I always say, blame me. I'll take the responsibility for it. So otherwise, we will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
oh my gosh.
record just for a moment. Let's make sure. Just to I think we talked about those issues. Is there anything we need to talk about before we conclude today from the state's perspective?
Judge, we may have the photographs regarding the other act stipulation now, if you want, on a flash drive, if you want those now.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't think I have anything additional to address.
Okay. And the defense has seen those photos.
Yes.
So yeah, go ahead, Mr. Zachary.
Your Honor, our objection remains the same. One, it's not relevant. It tells us nothing about the other acts for any admissible purpose. Two, these are photographs of a clearly injured little girl that have great risk of prejudicing Ms. Dikeman for relatively little probative value. Her injuries are stipulated to and described in the stipulation. I don't know that we need the photographs to go beyond that. Number three, these photographs were not disclosed until March 10th, I believe, of this year. This is one of the issues where we filed the additional discovery demands and I believe a motion to compel in order to get them. And we didn't receive them until well after the disclosure deadline as well. So just given that we have a stipulation on this, I don't see that the photographs add any probative value, but I do see a significant chance for them to prejudice Ms. Dikeman, and I would ask that they be excluded.
So why don't we do this? Is I'll take a look at them. We'll address them tomorrow morning at 8:30.
He's ready to go.
How are you going to, because there's a stipulation, how are they going to be presented is the question I have.
I was going to present them as part of the stipulation and have them shown on the Elmo and just say that these were the medical records, or I could do them through another medical provider or have Detective Amundsen do it. Because they are part of the certified medical records that we obtained. So
this judge is so ready to go.
So the intention is to read the stipulation at the end of Investigator Amundsen's testimony or something of that sort. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanics of how it would work.
How can we put more stuff in to make them hate her?
Before we close the state's evidence, and then that comes in as an exhibit, and then have the photographs also. There was language that we originally put in the stipulation that referenced the photographs, and there was disagreement about the photographs coming in. So we took that portion of the stipulation out because we're discussing it with Your Honor now. So I think we can discuss tomorrow after you've had an opportunity to review the photographs, how we would handle the presentation of those photographs.
Can I ask how many photos are there?
I think it's 7 or 8.
Okay.
I love how they
Well,
bring
we
stuff
can
up
look
and they
at
don't know how
We'll
many.
get together at 8:30 tomorrow. We'll talk about
Just
that
like when he's like,
process.
how many witnesses do you
Judge,
have?
I would also note that the photographs couldn't have possibly been part of the state's other acts motion because they weren't produced until well after that motion was filed. And I think that was part of the squabble over the stipulation that we didn't get these photos until March. And just wanted that on the record as well.
Yeah, the other acts motion was, trying to remember the date.
It was well before March. I can't tell you the date off the top of my head, but
okay.
I don't want to argue about this today. All I would say is that the injuries are referenced in the other acts motion, and these photographs were taken about the direct other act.
Let me look at them.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
I'll just add for the record that at least on some of the photographs, there's quite a few more than 6 or 7 in the photographs that were ultimately disclosed, but in a number of them, it does say abuse, like practically in the middle of the image. So obviously I would object to that.
Yeah, whatever the ones are, it has excised that language off of it. So I'll take a look at them and see how they look, and we'll go from there. Anything further from the defense other than this issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
Take a look at those. We'll get back together morning, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Enjoy your evening.
Enjoy your evening. Okay, you guys. So I will be here tomorrow. I don't have to work. Tomorrow is date
Just let me, I'll come on.
Could we get a copy of the, or just if you could
8.
email them to me, Emily?
Let's see what color hoodies everyone is going to wear tomorrow. As you can see, everyone dresses in their best attire for court. Who wears the best looking hoodie for court? So when they're filing out, we're going to see, best dressed in Wisconsin for court is hoodie. Yeah, everybody comes to court in hoodies. So let's see who what they're going to be wearing. So yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow. 8:30.